I call to order the regular business meeting of the Lakewood City Council on January 2026 at 7:03 p.m. To connect with this evening's meeting online, please use one of the following links at lakewoodspeaks.org or lakewood.org/council videos. For online public comments, you may post comments of any length to lakewoodspeaks.org. That is our online public forum for public comments. It is also the place where you can find any supporting information on any of the topics that we are discussing this evening. So even while you're here in chambers, if you wanted to join us by looking at some of those things online, lakewoodspeaks.org, and then just select tonight's meeting, and from there, the topic. And that will stay open through tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Will the clerk please start us off by calling the roll?
Strom.
Here.
LeBure.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Cruz K.
Here.
Black.
Here.
Sharzai.
Here.
Sinks.
Here.
Cruzai.
Presente.
Lowe.
Here.
Furman.
Here.
Nystrom.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much. And now the point of the meeting, I'd ask if you are able to stand to please join us and do so for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then remain standing for a moment afterward of silent prayer or reflection. All members of the City Council have the responsibility to comply with the terms of Charter 7.2B and excuse themselves from voting on any matter in which they determine they have a personal, financial, or business interest. The City Council is empowered by Charter 7.2B to agree by unanimous vote, excluding the member at issue, to excuse any member of the council from voting on a matter in which they determine such member has a personal, financial, or business interest. Before we move on to our proclamation for the evening, I did mean to note that we are going to make a little bit of a shift to this evening's agenda. You guys are going to hear a lot from me tonight. It is a little complicated if you're looking at the agenda that we have in front of us. There are a lot of moving parts, and we're going to do everything that we can to try to simplify that for those of us that are up here and for all of you that are out there. So with that, on our consent agenda at this moment, we have 3 items that we are going to be repositioning after the consent agenda. The first will be item 4A, Resolution 2026-5, approving City Council appointments to various boards and committees. We will also be shifting off of the consent agenda item 4B, establishing an ad hoc advisory committee to work towards the establishment of a permanent police community oversight committee. And then finally, we will be pulling from the consent agenda item 4C, that is regarding approving a refund pursuant to the Colorado Constitution, Article 10, Section 20 of taxes collected pursuant to the City of Lakewood Ordinances O-1996-43 and O-2015-3, authorizing a tax on the business and occupation of telecommunications services provided to residents of the City of Lakewood. So those 3 items will be pulled from this evening's consent agenda. With that, let's go ahead and we will read into the record this evening's proclamation on Radar Awareness Month. And to receive that, we have Tracy Volkman. What did I say? Radon. This is what happens when you start meetings at 7 p.m., we'll just say. So we have Tracy Volkman, Environmental Health Specialist from Jefferson County Public Health. And if you'll up here at the lectern, Ms. Volkman, and I will read the proclamation. Once we're done, would love to give you the microphone for a minute or so to say a few words. Okay. Whereas radon gas is an invisible, odorless, radioactive gas that threatens the health of our residents and our families. And whereas radon gas is a Group 1 carcinogen known to cause lung cancer in humans with prolonged exposure. And whereas Colorado has been ranked Zone 1, an area with the highest radon potential possible by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And whereas Colorado residential radon data has shown 50% of Colorado homes tested as being at or above the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency radon action level of 4.0 picocuries per liter of air, and whereas any home in Lakewood may have elevated levels of radon, even if homes in the same neighborhood do not. And whereas supporting recommended radon practices and policies to reduce radon exposure is important to protect our community's health and welfare. And whereas testing for radon is simple and inexpensive, and whereas identified radon problems can be remedied, and whereas Jefferson County Public Health of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and the American Lung Association are supporting efforts to encourage Americans to test their homes for radon, have elevated levels of radon reduced, and have new homes built with radon-resistant features. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor of city and city council of the Lakewood hereby proclaim January 2026 as National Radon Action Month in Jefferson County, Colorado.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor Strom, and City Council. On behalf of Jefferson County Public Health, I do want to thank City Council and the City of Lakewood for your support in this proclamation. Your leadership is very important on these. It's meaningful and essential on these public health issues, and we strongly want to just, emphasize that partnership in keeping our community safe. As you said, in the proclamation, radon is, you can't see it, you can't taste it, you can't smell it. The only way to know is to test, and it is the leading cause of lung cancer in non-smoking people, and it's actually, for those who do smoke and have high levels of radon, it's 10 times the risk of developing lung cancer. So we want to prevent that, and prevention is easy. It's relatively inexpensive when you look at home costs for repairs and things, so it's on that lower end. So we would just really encourage people to test. I'm always happy to talk to anybody who wants to talk about radon. They can contact me at Jefferson County Public Health Department, and we thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you've got a...
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. All right, and that opens up our first session of general public comment this evening, and I do have a list up here that we'll be reading from momentarily. This is the first point in tonight's meeting where the public is invited to address the City Council on items that are not on this evening's agenda. The initial period of public comment allows for up to 10 speakers to provide comment on any matter other than an agenda item and will prioritize those with special needs. Speaking during this initial period of public comment does require signing up to speak with the city clerk in advance of the meeting. There is no pooling of time during the initial public comment period. The goal of public comment is to create an environment that welcomes all stakeholders and their thoughts to share their thoughts and concerns. Whether your comments are left on Lakewood Speaks or said right here in Chambers, I ask that all comments be directed up here to those of us on the City Council, that anyone in attendance or online on lakewoodspeaks.org respect the decorum of council chambers and practice civility. And so that every speaker may be heard, I ask that everyone here in chambers refrain from applause or any audible support or discord with the speaker. As you can see around you, we have a lot of people that are here tonight that have something that is important to them. Whether they're here to learn or to speak, we want to make sure that we're respecting everyone's ability to do so. So you will see as we move through this evening, I am going to call names. We don't have a whole lot that are signed up for this initial period, but as we move to our topics, we may need to have, I will call names and kind of have everybody line up over here so that we can move through our comment periods this evening. We do our second period of non-agenda public comment is not guaranteed. Per the City Council's policies and procedures, we will have a check-in at 11 p.m. As you can imagine, with the amount of agenda items that we have this evening, that is important, and that does mean that there is a possibility that the second time of non-agenda public comment may not occur. So with that, I would ask that you just reoffer lakewoodspeaks.org is available for anyone that wants to leave public comment, whether it be for non-agended or any of our agenda items, if you want to do so for the sake of time, or just sometimes it feels uncomfortable standing up in front of a room of people. And with that, I would note that if you come up, if you have handouts that you would like to direct the council's attention to, would ask you to leave those with the city clerk over here, and they will be distributed to the council after tonight's meeting. Once I call your name, we'll ask that you come up here to the lectern. The microphone is on. We'll ask you to state your name and your address, or your name and your ward. If you are not speaking under that 10-minute pooled time, the clock will be started for 3 minutes. So you'll have 3 minutes. Again, we do have a full room, so I'm going to ask everyone to respect those rules and make sure that when that 3-minute clock is up, we are moving on to the next speaker and or the next topic. So with that, we'll go ahead and call our first name. We have Connie Reddick, and after Connie Reddick, we'll have Rosie Griffith, then Z Williams, and then Kathy Kettner. Ms. Reddick is in the back of the room, so again, I would encourage you, if you are not sitting, to please find a seat, whether it be in here or in the atrium, so we can make sure that everybody can flow through and get up here to speak.
Hi, I am Connie Reddick from Ward 3, and I'm here to speak on, I'm glad the health department was here because our building is falling apart. People are dying, the elderly, and it's time that I've come here since 2018 about several issues that are going on with the building, and no one seems to care. People are dying, and when I bring up these issues, it's always like, and I feel that under the laws that are implemented for elderly and for everybody else, they're not implementing the laws, and we need to get back to the laws of the land, because if we don't, look at what chaos is happening right now. And when we come to you to help us with these issues, and we do not get any response, and our doctors are telling you how and what's going on with our building and how it's affecting our health, but no one seems to care. And then the other issue is, just like since 2018, just like Jack's, there was a lady named Patricia, which she was a black woman, and because she wanted safe housing, like I want safe housing, she was killed and put into an RTD hole, but nobody ever did the investigation. Nobody has done the investigation as when when there's issues going on in the building, and I'm not only protecting myself, but I'm protecting other people that are elderly, which could be your mothers, your sisters, your daughters, your loved ones, and I'm sure that you would be very happy to see what's going on. I would like to also see with the police department more women, because I feel that there would be more empathy. And so I have been an activist and have tried to change laws to make change and out of my own money, not because people are paying me to do and say something. I helped pass that law for equal pay for equal work for women. I helped pass a law for child abused children to have a service dog in court with them. And I feel that when I call or somebody calls and somebody brings up that a child being abused, that the police officers should call social service on the person that has made this. Nobody seems to go further with the action of what's going on when somebody brings up a child, and I'm really into children, and I feel that protecting them is very important. So if somebody says, well, somebody's saying this about me and a child, and nobody has said something, somebody needs to look into it. Those are some of the issues that I'm bringing up. But the most important, I want an investigation done about our neighborhood and the laws that are being broke. With me, I've come to
Ms.
this
Reddick, your
panel.
time has expired.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
I just want you to look into the laws and be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosie Griffith. I'm going to say one comment really quick before you get started. So this is intended as non-agended public comments. So if comments are made specifically regarding, for example, the police committee or zoning, I am going to ask that those be on the agended public comment. If you're not speaking on that, you're fine.
I won't mention the police. My name is Rosie Griffith. I live in Capitol. I'm not probably even going to take my whole 3 minutes. I just have something very quick to say. I think that one thing that is going on right now with everything and all of these communities and all of the clashing, somewhere along the way we just stopped seeing the human in each other. And I'm a CNA, and I am very burned out right now between coming to these, and I also do ICE protests and then working 12-hour days as a CNA. That by itself is very overwhelming emotionally and physically. I've had conservative patients. I've had patients who knew I was trans and gave me grief about it. I had a patient when I still lived in Texas that was, for lack of better phrasing, very, very MAGA. And because of his disability, he was physically unable to put his MAGA hat on his head, and I had to do that for an ideology that I very, very strongly disagree with, because I think it strips people of their humanity. But I've seen all this stuff online. There's so much vitriol, so much everything about, well, we need to denaturalize these people and deport them, and Democrats are communists, and trans ideology, and whatever you want to think about. And I've seen posts about if you're a nurse and refusing to treat a MAGA person, or being a MAGA nurse and refusing to treat somebody that's on the left. And that is something that would never, ever occur to me, and I don't know how we got here. I'm a Christian. I know a lot of people think you can't be trans and Christian, but you can. And my faith in God is one thing that actually helped me a lot in my transition, to have that courage, and I feel closer to God now than I ever did. And I pray for this council every day, and everybody in the world, and our elected officials, and all of these different communities that are hurting. And I guess that would be my biggest plea, is something that you can't legislate with policy. Where has the humanity gone?
Thank you. Z. Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and I assure you that my comments regarding the agenda are signed up for that agenda item. We're shaking things up a little bit this evening. My name is Z. Williams. I'm a resident of Ward 2, and according to the federal government, I am a domestic terrorist. I'm a transgender, nihilist, violent extremist. And we're supposed to talk to you all about things that aren't on the agenda tonight, and I want to know why ICE is not being talked about in this room. This week, we received reports that some of our neighbors were abducted off of the streets, and people at all levels of government, including our congressional delegation, could not get confirmation whether or not that was ICE. And the chilling effect of that, in the context of what's happening in our country, has been horrifying. The trash hasn't been picked up on my street in over a week. It's been about 2 weeks. And my neighbors are afraid to contact the city and ask for help because they're afraid that they might be flagged for further investigation. We had people that I had to text when we saw a battalion of armed police officers walking to this meeting and say, this is not a safe place for you tonight. It's not safe for you to be here talking to your government because so much law enforcement presence is here and we don't know what the ties or what the linkage to ICE will be. We had several people in our community that refused to access county vouchers for motels this past weekend when it was freezing cold because they were afraid of that initiating investigation into their family's immigration status. This is already a life or death issue in Lakewood. And I want to remind you all that I am older than ICE. I turned 40 this month. I am older than ICE. This is not an agency that we need. This is not an agency that Lakewood should ever cooperate with, especially with violent kidnapping and harm to our community members that we've seen over and over and over, not just the past few weeks, but for decades now. And so I ask you to act urgently and to follow the demands of the movement of the people that are most impacted. We don't need kinder, gentler ICE agents in Lakewood. We need no cooperation with ICE and a push to abolish this racist, colonial, and harmful agency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathy Kentner. I'm sorry, Kathy Kentner.
Oh, Kentner? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Kennard.
Oh, yep. Later.
What were the chances? That was a good way to kind of lighten the mood a little bit. Good evening. I'm Kathy Kentner, Ward 1. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'm asking you to follow through with the promise you made to fix conflicts that were knowingly written into the city code when the campaign finance ordinance was amended last year. These conflicting provisions were recently highlighted again by the independent hearing officer in her ruling on a recent complaint filed under the revised code. While many of us were already aware of the conflicts involving initiatives and referendums, it has only recently become clear that the new campaign finance rules also allow dark money to flow into city council campaigns. Prior to last year's revisions, corporate special interests and dark money groups were prohibited from contributing to candidate committees. However, the changes adopted by this council now allow political committees to accept anonymous corporate and dark money contributions and then funnel those to fund candidates. As you begin this year's priority setting process, I urge you to follow through on your commitment from last year. Eliminate the conflicting provisions in the campaign finance code and, at the same time, restore the ban on corporate donations to political committees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, and that ends our initial period of general public comment. Moving on to this evening's consent agenda. Do I have anyone that would like to pull anything else from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion?
Mayor Strom, I move for the approval of the City Council minutes and order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearing set for the date included in the ordinance, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Will the city clerk please read the consent agenda into the record?
The amended consent agenda is comprised of the following items. Item 5A, Ordinance O 2026-7, declaring the intent of the City of Lakewood to acquire interest in property for public purposes for the construction of storm and sanitary sewer facilities along Yukon Street, Yarrow Street, Allison Street, and along Colfax Avenue from Yarrow Street to Dover Street, and authorizing negotiations with property owners, acceptance of conveyance instruments, and condemnation of real property interests, subject to further council approval. Item 6, approving City Council minutes. Regular City Council meeting minutes from August 25th, 2025. Regular City Council meeting minutes from September 8th, 2025. Regular City Council meeting minutes September 22nd, 2025. Regular City Council meeting minutes October 13th, 2025.
Okay, thank you. We have, I have no one up here that's signed up to speak on the consent agenda, which would entail the first reading. Actually, we don't even speak on first reading. If anyone would like to speak to meeting minutes, would anyone like to speak to meeting minutes? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing on the consent agenda. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any council discussion? No, please cast your votes. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Okay, with that being said, what happens when we pull items off the consent agenda is they go right down to the next section and in order. So our first item now that we will address this evening will be Item 4A, Resolution R2026-5, approving City Council appointments to various boards and commissions. Will the clerk please read Item 4A into the record?
Item 4A, R 2026-5, approving City Council appointments to various boards and committees.
And do I have a motion, please?
Mayor Shum, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2026-5.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we do have an amendment for this. Do we have an amendment? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I would love to request an amendment to the Sustainability Committee to include my co-councilor Glenda Sinks to represent Ward 1.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please go ahead and cast your votes. That passes 11 yeses. I'm sorry. Yeah. So with that being said, the next vote would be voting on Resolution 2026-5 as amended. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, please go ahead and cast your votes. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Item 4B, will the clerk please read 4B into the record?
Item 4B, R 2026-6, establishing an ad hoc advisory committee to work towards the establishment of a permanent police community oversight committee. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you. For this topic, this was a topic that came before us. We call it council-led. So council initiated this, staff did not initiate this. So with that, what I will do is open up the floor to either of our counselors that drafted this for any words. We'll then kick off any additional council comments or questions. Then we will move forward to public comment. Then we will do formal motions and amendments, which we do have plenty of. So I'll start with you guys. Did you want to say a few words before we open it up?
Yes, thank you. This has been a conversation that we've had over many months, and appreciate seeing community members who have shown up and provided their voice on this, and then also, of course, to the Fraternal Order of Police who shared their response to this, which we received on Friday. What we hope to do tonight is to find a solution to ensure that community members are all feeling the sort of trust and confidence in the police that I have over time, when there has been moments in my life when I've been made to feel unsafe by members of our community while serving on city council. I have appreciated the work that the police have done to help my family feel safe. And I do trust that if there are members of our community who are maybe feeling like that needs to be strengthened, that there is a willingness from the police to do that, which I think we saw from the letter that we received on Friday. And so I know that there are a number of amendments that are going to be addressing some of the things that we saw from the police letter, and also being responsive to some of the things that we've heard from the community over time. Our hope tonight is to knit together something that is a compromise for everyone. And I look forward to having this conversation tonight, and appreciate all the community members and members of our police force who have come to show their support to finding a path to move forward.
Thank you. I think the Mayor Pro Tem framed this conversation very nicely, but I appreciate the level of interest in this topic, and I know even before I've gotten to sit here up here on the dais that this has been a conversation in our community for many years. So I'm honored for the opportunity to figure out this path forward together, hear from all of you, and I'm grateful for the collaboration and many years of conversation with even previous councils that have led up to tonight. So I look forward to the next steps on this.
I'm going to make one note before we get started with discussion and amendments as well. So I mentioned earlier lakewoodspeaks.org is where a lot of the supporting information is that we will discuss or talk around this evening. That does include a staff memo that gives information about some background. What we are talking about tonight is about a committee that impacts our police department, impacts our community members. There is a staff memo in there that talks a little bit about the background. This conversation started about a specific case, the death of Jack Scraton in the city of Lakewood. But I want to be really clear that our conversation tonight is about a committee, and they are two separate things. There is, right now, we will not be discussing the case. It is an open case. That would be damaging to the case for us to discuss that in front. The city has made a commitment to do a review of that case at the appropriate time. That is not the appropriate time, as it is still waiting to be addressed in the DA's office right now. So want to throw that in there before, so that there's not some confusion, because I do know when you look online, it does mention the case. Tonight we will not be talking about a case. We were talking specifically about a committee that could be utilized for that case in addition to others across our city. So with that, do we have any council questions before we put a motion on the floor? Seeing none, may I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2026-6.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I guess I jumped the gun a little bit. We have public comment first. Public comment first, and this one is, if you guys can join me up here on the front, I'll call a name. Jamie Frederick, you're up, number 1. And then if we could, over here in the wings, I have Elliot Enoch and Joey Steele, and then Kai Martinez, please. And again, when your name is called to approach the lectern, I would ask that you please come up, state your name and your address and your name and your ward, and then we'll get the 3-minute clock started.
Hello, my name is Jamie Frederick. My pronouns are they, she, and I'm here to speak on the need for independent oversight. Independent oversight is essential for many of Lakewood's most marginalized, especially now. I've spoken many times on how independent oversight must have full access to information, must have real power, must have members that reflect the communities of Lakewood, and must be free of influence from the city manager, chief of police, or at any other city agency. In the staff memo for the resolution, the focus from the city manager was on one person, not the policy being proposed. Independent oversight has been an ask of the Lakewood community for years, and if she wants to confront that, she needs to confront the policy. Instead, the city manager continues to focus on Jax's case throughout the memo. In this supposedly objective review of the city conduct, the city manager shows her allegiance to Lakewood Police by defending the dead naming of Jax, defending the investigation, and praising the 11-minute training video the police have supposedly watched. The city manager is friends with the police and is shown through several public statements, including this one. The city manager is obviously against independent oversight, and instead of admitting her friendship with the police, she focuses on attempting to weaken something that the community has been fighting for. It is important to remember that this is about more than Jax, and attacking Jax and her mother like this just shows with incredible clarity how much we need independent police oversight, proves how much we need accountability. It also shows how the city manager is further harming trans people by focusing solely on our community. Shows how she is pushing our concerns aside in her allegiance with the Lakewood Police. Apologies and 11-minute videos are not enough. We need independent oversight now. With ICE on our streets, we need ways now more than ever to provide accountability in law enforcement. This is something that Lakewood has been behind on, being one of the only places in the metro area without some form of oversight. We need a way to show that Lakewood PD is not collaborating, cooperating, or sharing information with ICE as outlined in Colorado's sanctuary state policies. To ensure that law enforcement is following these policies and a method to provide accountability if they are not. Independent oversight can do that, but it needs real power, full access to information, and must be truly independent. And it must have members that reflect the community, especially the most marginalized. People are scared, feeling powerless to find accountability from the harms caused by law enforcement. You have the chance to change that right now, to show that you stand with the community that have been asking for this for years. You have a chance to make Lakewood safer, and I urge you to do so, as I have many times before. Independent oversight now. Long live Jax.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elliot. I use they, them pronouns. I am disappointed in the city. I'm just disappointed in what we've seen from the lack of urgency from the city council. And I need to stress the importance of this committee having subpoena power and for it to be independent of police and city officials' influence. I was disappointed to see such a number of police officers in this room, and I think that we need a process of accountability that's very basic when there's clearly deep hurt from those grieving Jacks and others who have been harmed, disrespected, and or ignored by the Lakewood Police Department. I'm sorry if I'm stuttering or shaking. I personally don't feel particularly safe in a room with so many police officers, especially when this specific police department has disrespected trans people like myself time and time again. This is a really basic step, and we need it to be independent and have actual power for any healing to begin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joey Steele. I'm from Ward 2. I'm here to speak tonight on the importance of oversight because as a student of sociology, I think it's impossible to underscore, or I think it is impossible to underscore the importance, to understate the importance rather of public trust, because we are rapidly descending into an even lower trust society than we already were. Our economy is in shambles and things like that. I mean, the pressures are being put more on working people, and over-policing them, sending, people who are not trained to de-escalate situations, people who receive training from the IDF, either directly or indirectly. And we have seen over the past 2 years what the fruits of that kind of training does upon a helpless civilian populace, not to get too off topic, but, and while, this may not be, something of a high, a level of danger for someone of my particular complexion and my background, right? I've grown up in a rural background, I know how a lot of these fellas, and whether they be city cops, beat cops, sheriff's deputies, whatever have you, I know how a lot of those fellas talk behind closed doors when they don't think anybody's listening. I know how they really feel when they know that they don't think that they're representing their department anymore. So, it's kind of a little frustrating to see them all show up here in uniform very clearly for a stated purpose of intimidation, because nobody forced them to show up in all this stuff. They could have shown up in civilian clothes and, try to act like normal people instead of folks that have to hide behind a fraternal organization to absolve them of any guilt or any sort of accountability towards the communities, because part of this stems from the fact that these fellas are trained to think of themselves as warriors when they're community members. They're supposed to be our community members. Instead, they have elevated themselves to this position where they think themselves are masters in a way. They're the sheepdogs, we are the sheep. Or more often than not, someone in my particular position finds themselves being labeled a wolf, even though there's nothing that I've done except for perhaps, injure the sensibilities of a delicate-minded police officer who, again, these fellas just, it really blows my mind here that, we are dealing with cops who are protecting ICE when that literally makes it harder. Because, guys, who the hell are you going to get to help you to solve crimes when nobody wants to answer the damn door for you? Nobody wants to talk to you because they don't trust you. So how are you going to do your jobs?
Your time is expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kai Martinez. Then Bug Peterson. And then Sarap Domini.
Hello. Hello. My name is Kai Martinez. I am from Ward 3. I'm here in support of independent police oversight. It is a common adage in literature and eldritch horror, the idea of having seen the face of God and it was crying. It is written in Matthew chapter 25 that which you do to the least of these you do to Christ. This means that your officers have seen the face of Christ crying, begging them for help, and have instead chosen to beat it in with their boots. They have killed God. To steal from them in sweeps, to allow them to be disregarded like trash. They are not just crimes your officers have committed against our neighbors. These are crimes your officers committed against God. St. Augustine writes, and I believe the city of God, of the idea of divine treason, to commit a sin against God that betrays the very order of our spiritual existence. For the people who have killed those who are most important to the very being that created this earth, there will be answers, and there must be answers soon. And a way to get those answers, the only way to get those answers, is independent police oversight. It has been 200 days since Jax was murdered, and years since this demand was first brought up. So I demand you take a step towards giving us these answers. One step is to block anyone related to LPD from the ad hoc committee. And as it says in the staff memo, there is no alternative. There is no alternative to independent police oversight. Furthermore, This oversight would give explanations as to why your officers are allowed to carry their weapons in the chambers of government, the chambers of the civilian control of what is the armed forces of the city. In Imperial Japan, it became a problem that the tail wagged the dog when the armed forces of state violence could not be controlled by the civilian government. And the first sign of this was them carrying their weapons before the seat of government in a display of utter contempt for a republic or democracy. Make the right choice because God sees us all. Long live Jax.
Bug Peterson.
Hello, Lakewood City Council. My name is Bug. My pronouns are they, them. I organize with the Colorado Springs Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. I'm here again to echo and reiterate the deeply important and urgent call for justice for Jax, for independent oversight of the police. I want to echo that this oversight board needs to be independent and needs to have access to information and needs subpoena power. Currently, even things that are supposed to be public record are so often expensive, time-consuming, tedious, and difficult to get access to. That shouldn't be the case. That especially shouldn't be the case when we're talking about grieving families who have experienced unimaginable loss. They should not be having to jump through police hoops to get answers, to get information they're entitled to get information that might help bring some shred of peace in the midst of vast grief. Our police departments should not be adding to our community's grief. They shouldn't be adding to our community's struggles. They certainly should not be adding to our community's lack of safety. But far too often, they do. So we need independent oversight for accountability, for righting wrongs in the ways that are possible, and for implementing the kinds of changes that can help prevent wrongs and harm from reoccurring. Jax deserves independent oversight. Jax deserves to be alive, but in this devastating reality where she isn't, this is a way we can fight for justice for her, honor her memory, and create meaningful change. Jax deserves this, her family and loved ones deserve this, the trans community deserves this, but ultimately, I believe that we all deserve this. I believe this can make all of us safer. Police are given deadly weapons, significant power, and big chunks of our city's budgets, and we all deserve for that to be paired with meaningful transparency and accountability to our communities, not just to other police and those with power. Your actions as a council have a lot of potential to have big ripple effects for community safety or lack thereof in Lakewood and also far beyond. We need meaningful, independent oversight now. Thank you for your time and for joining us in this struggle. Long live Jax, power to the people.
Thank you. Will you correct me on your name? And Patrick Montgomery, Julianne Giorlando, if you could be ready.
Hello, my name is Seraph Domini with the Colorado Springs Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. I wish to share with you one phrase that I've heard many times, and that is old world blues. It refers to those so obsessed with the past that they cannot see the present, much less the future, for what it is. I am not here to speak on what the past of the police department has looked like, what the past has seen for our community. The reality is that we must pay attention to the present where the Lakewood Police Department can show zero gratitude towards the community they are supposed to serve. We must look forward to the future, a future in which the community can control the police and tell the police what they want to be policed on and how they wish to be policed. This oversight board must, and I say must, be independent and have teeth, meaning they can subpoena the Lakewood Police Department and get answers. Because if they cannot have data, they cannot fight to represent the community. When it comes to the police's unchecked power, unchecked corruption, and sin. It is not finding that power, corruption, and sin that is difficult. It is letting go. Justice for Jax and all power to the people.
Thank you. Patrick Montgomery.
Good evening, Council. I'm grateful to be here and thank you for having me. My name is Patrick Montgomery. A dear friend of mine who is a Lakewood resident and mother of 2 trans kids couldn't be here tonight because she's stranded in Dallas due to weather, but her passionate support and advocacy for these initiatives and the Justice for Jax movement moved me to be here from Aurora in support. Professionally, I'm an HR executive. Day-to-day, I facilitate oversight of leadership decisions and investigative processes. In my experience, independent oversight isn't about blame. It's about credibility. It's how institutions demonstrate that they act without bias and are truly above reproach, and how they strengthen their relationship within the communities that they serve. My brother's a police officer and trains new members of his police department in de-escalation, decision-making, and how to be a trusted member of the community. As a queer child, I looked up to him for how he looked out for me and my safety. As an adult, I admire the way that same protective instinct influences how he protects and serves his community back in our hometown. When opinions differ and emotions run high, it's human habit to place blame and foster more division. But there's one thing I have in common with every officer, every council member, and every community member here tonight. None of us were able to prevent Jax Greton's death or be there to keep her safe. It's something I deeply regret, and it's something that none of us can unfortunately change. What we can change is how we move forward together. We can choose to act with care, transparency, and integrity. We can do everything in our power to support Jax's family and a grieving community that deserves answers, and in future cases in which this committee will be needed. If the investigative process is truly without bias and above reproach, then there's nothing to lose and only trust and confidence, as you mentioned, to gain from independent oversight. It can only result in greater ethics and solidarity within your community, and particularly for those who are marginalized. Thank you for listening, thank you for hearing me, and thank you for your courage and willingness to lead.
Thank you. Julianne Girolando, then Shaden Hosner, and then Nick Munden.
Hi there. I'm a little nervous. My name is Julianne Girolando. I understand that we are not talking about Jax herself here tonight, but there are still many like her whose lives still matter. As a queer American, I will always be firmly in favor of police oversight. I only came here to support, but I was moved to testify when I saw how many police officers were entering the building. For some folks, seeing police officers provides them with a feeling of safety. For my community, it does not. For my community and many of our loved ones, regardless of how many good eggs exist, one officer having a bad day can be fatal. And as anti-trans attacks by the federal government escalate on a weekly basis, in addition to the unchecked power of ICE that many have mentioned already, I find myself at a permanent baseline of hypervigilance. The difficult truth that we all must grapple with is that it is not an if a trans person in our community will face lethal and suspicious violence. It is a when. We are, all of us as a community, bracing for the next hit. And we are looking for action that validates the persistent grief of that kind of existence. What we are asking you to confirm is that when the worst occurs, not should the worst occur, that the impacted and grieving will be provided with the accountability that they deserve. The truth is that independent oversight is honestly the bare minimum required to rebuild trust with community members. And that I hope that moving forward with independent oversight will help validate what my community needs, which is the knowledge that our lives are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Shaden Hosner.
Shaden Hessner, Ward 2. Greetings, Council. I've been to this chamber a number of times in the past few months, but tonight is the first where I have stepped forward to speak. As you can probably tell, it's not exactly my forte. I wished to appear tonight simply in solidarity for my community, for the people who have given so much to me, and for the people who know how to speak to these issues far better than I do. But after months of watching them work and sacrifice their time and energy and putting everything they can towards this movement and this moment, I can no longer allow myself the comfort of the silence. I am scared. I'm scared of a lot of the people in this room. I do not trust them to protect me, let alone respect me should the worst come to happen. I don't trust them to do that for me or my neighbors or my friends or the people I love. And for anyone paying the slightest attention to any of the current events, I think I have a pretty good reason not to. This is not how I should feel. This is not how anyone in this city should feel. It's not how things should be. And all of you sitting there now, everyone who's been trusted with the power to enact movements on behalf of the citizens that we have trusted to represent us, you have an opportunity to start to change that. You have an opportunity by enabling this oversight to help rebuild the public trust even as it continues to collapse in the face of what we look at in the modern day. We should be able to trust in people. I echo all the voices that precede me and the ones that will come after me in asking for an independent oversight committee with subpoena power that can make a difference and can bring justice to people who do not have it. Justice for my neighbors, for my friends, for the woman I love, for the community with whom without I would likely not be alive today, and for Jax, who lives only with this community because something like this was not done sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Munden, then Lazarus Moore, and then Ian Hawthorne.
I'm here to speak regarding the upcoming vote on the Police Oversight Committee. I've reviewed the perspective of the Police Lodge, who argue that external oversight is unnecessary because of the CALEA accreditation, and that this proposal is merely a reactive response to a small group of people. I strongly disagree. This is not about one group. This is about the community as a whole. The Lodge argues that oversight hurts retention and morale, but I would argue that if the Lakewood Police Department is operating with the high standards they claim, they should have absolutely nothing to fear. Transparency does not undermine confidence, it builds it. If the prospect of citizen oversight is demoralizing to an officer, we have to ask if that is the type of officer we want employed in our city. We need to be proactive, not reactive. We cannot ignore the reality on the ground when frontline workers tell us that vulnerable populations, specifically the homeless, feel they cannot report police misconduct safely. State laws like House Bill 19-111-9 and Senate Bill 22-217 were passed specifically because the state recognizes that internal reporting systems are failing. I have experienced this marginalization myself. When internal channels stay silent, external oversight is the only remedy. This is why we must proceed. We need a committee that reflects the people. But beyond community trust, there is a critical legal reason we need an independent monitor involved. It comes down to Title 16 and Brady disclosures. Under the law, prosecutors must disclose if an officer has a history of lying or bias. Currently, if Internal Affairs investigates an officer for lying, but rules it unfounded, that file often stays closed. The district attorney never sees it. An independent monitor acts as a safety valve. Under the constructive knowledge doctrine, if an independent monitor reviews the file and flags that officer was deceptive, the district attorney is legally presumed to know it. This ensures that Brady and Giglio material, evidence, or lying or bias isn't buried in a police file. This protects the integrity of our courts and ensures fair trials without a monitor. We are policing in the dark. We need to finalize the ad hoc committee with the intent to make it permanent, similar to Denver's Office of the Independent Monitor. To make this work, we need SMART goals. We must measure improvements in service calls and timely resolution of internal affairs reports, and to resolve claims of bias or lack of due diligence. We need a professional facilitator and involvement from Jefferson County Mental Health. We also need executive session ability to review sensitive cases. Thank you for your candid abilities to listen and respond.
Thank you. Lazarus Moore.
Hello, my name is Lazarus. I use he, they pronouns. Thank you. As a trans person, I have been afraid since middle school. I've been afraid to exist and afraid to even talk to people some days for the simple fact I am a trans person. I have a slew of medical issues that could render me unable to get places quickly. My OI, osteogenesis imperfecta, makes my bones brittle and a bunch of other things. My EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, makes it so my connective tissues don't work right, and many other things because I'm a walking medical disaster. If I try to run away from an attacker, I would most likely fail. My little sister is here. Her name is Catherine. We were talking in the parking lot about how she's never been to the library over here. I told her I would take her. I want to take her to things in Lakewood. I basically grew up here, but the issue is my safety is not guaranteed. Her safety when she grows up as a woman, or if she reveals as queer, isn't guaranteed. I would love to say that the safety I feel growing up, when I thought the police were heroes that helped no matter what, like Gibbs from NCIS or Aaron Hotchner from Criminal Minds. The members of the government who proved that they would help no matter the difficulty of the case or the person involved. But I cannot say that. I have seen multiple times the police disobey that vow to help. If something happened in Lakewood, what would they do? Would they help? Or would they disregard me and my safety? Would they disregard my little sister or my friends or their safety? An oversight committee makes sure my safety and the safety of every member of my community and every other community is guaranteed. An oversight committee that is independent from the police, that can help transgender, gay, queer, other LGBTQ, homeless, people of color, women, and every other group of person that exists. Because any person can need help in the way of an oversight committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Hawthorne. Then Kelvin Goodman, and then Z. Williams.
Good evening. I would like to ask the City Council to consider the collective voices who have continuously rallied for the creation of an independent oversight committee that serves all of Lakewood's marginalized communities, including but not limited to the transgender community that our loved one, Jax, belonged to. Singling out one group amongst all of the marginalized people in Lakewood further marginalizes that group and neglects the impact that independent oversight could have for all marginalized people. It is essential that Lakewood have an independent oversight committee without having a member of the city government or police department in it, and the oversight committee must have subpoena power to address systemic biases and appropriately inform new policy. Doing so would give police tools to do their jobs better and balance the scales of justice for our marginalized community members. It's a win-win. Long live Jax.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelvin. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a resident of Denver. I came to speak in support of forming an independent police community oversight committee because so many of my friends and the people I live here. Lakewood police have proven repeatedly that we cannot trust them to keep us safe. We cannot trust them to operate with integrity. We cannot trust them to protect the most vulnerable people in our community. I'm here to speak on behalf of all of those people they've failed, but most importantly, I'm here to speak in solidarity with Jax and all of the trans people they've failed. I never had the opportunity to meet Jax, but I've seen the impact she had on this community. The love that my friends have for her, I've seen people show up week after week to demand justice for her, and I can only conclude that she was an incredible human being. We need police oversight in order to keep the community of Lakewood safe. It must be an independent committee. An oversight committee made up of the people who need overseeing is not an oversight committee. Lastly, an organization that protects the people of Lakewood would not show up here tonight to intimidate the people that they claim to protect. Long live Jax. Thank you.
Thank you. Z. Williams, and then Brandy Burns Carey, and then John Brown.
Good evening, y'all. Z. Williams again, Ward 2. When I was growing up as an activist, one of my mentors taught us this song that said, "We are gentle, angry people, and we are fighting for our lives." And it sure feels like that tonight. We came with hand-painted signs and purple t-shirts and a single jug of coffee that someone was kind enough to bring to us. And we're met with 40 armed and uniformed officers outside of this building. Anyone who's done election work knows that it's long understood that having officers outside of election facilities is a form of voter intimidation. This is a form of participant intimidation as well. And our community's voice has already been placed second tier in this process. We didn't get to engage with any of the feedback from the city manager, the city attorney. It was kept completely secret from us. And even though we had community experts, esteemed legal colleagues of mine who are nationally known for being experts in this field, they were not engaged with. Jax's mother was not responded to. She opened the staff memo and found information she had never been told before, and some information that was blatantly false but presented as objective. We have come here over and over and over and begged you to listen to us, but our voices have been continuously tamped down. We've been told you can't just do things because of one person. I want to remind you of a name that changed this country. His name is George Floyd. George Floyd's name and murder by the police fundamentally changed our state law here. It is why we do not have qualified immunity for law enforcement officers. It is not uncommon for one name, for one high-profile case to tip those scales. And you may say Colorado has passed significant police reform, but we still have a dramatic access to justice issue in our communities. There are not enough civil rights attorneys right now to represent people for the number of harms that have been experienced. Having oversight gives people a chance to weigh and discover facts and bring things forward without driving up legal costs, giving them the opportunity to see if they even have a legal case. It increases our community's access to justice. A friend of mine posted a quote that said, "People accomplish things, and then government attempts to catch up." And that's what we've seen in the fight for justice around police accountability. And I ask you, catch up urgently, but also help us even these scales, because it has not been fair. We have not had the opportunities that law enforcement and city staff have had, and it is dramatically demonstrated here this evening. Long live Jax.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brandy. I'm sorry I'm shaky, but my heart rate is at 166 right now. I've come here a lot. I've spoken with you guys a lot. I don't have anything more to say than, as a Virgo, I watch people. I see their reactions. I read the body language in the room. Tonight, I have watched people scoff. A few ladies over in the corner laughing and, being loud enough for us to hear. In fact, that one of my colleagues had to walk away because it made them upset, which is one part of the reason why my heart rate is so high. I will not be here tonight to scoff at anything that this police department or anyone else in the community has to say in regards to opposing this. I'm glad they're here. It's about time. Thank you. I called in the wellness check for my friend, Jax Graton. She's my loved one. If anybody has shaken their head, put their head down, feeling a little uneasy about what we've talked about, you should. That's part of being human. It's part of realizing that we are all human. I understand you're human. I understand you're human. This is what's wrong with this society today, and why in many cases we need to have oversight committees, because there are too many people who are just happy to scoff and laugh and brush others aside when there are injustices done to them every day, not only by other people within our community, but people within our governments, within our police departments. It's not just Lakewood. It's every single society in this world. But if we just blow people off when we're showing that there are problems, what change does that make? How much further is this society going to go into crumbles? Look at what we see every day. Do we want that in Lakewood? I live in Aurora. I don't want to see that in my community. This is heartbreaking on all levels. My friend is gone. My friend has been shamed. My friend has been scoffed at by people. And it's hard to see that. And I would hope any of those people signed their name on that paper to speak after us and come and talk to us, because I'm woman enough to say it to your face in front of a whole load of people, ma'am. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all vote what's in your heart and in your morality.
Thank you. John Brown, then Robin McKinnon, then Contrita Whitehead.
Hi, my name is John Brown, and I'm a father of a trans child in Thornton. And when I first heard about what happened to Jax and everything else, and this deals with the Oversight Committee, but let me rephrase. I grew up believing in an American contract, and that contract is if I follow the rules and I'm safe in society, society would watch out for me. But that is not the world that my daughter's going to inherit. This is what my daughter's going to inherit. A response by the police force coming in here, 40 plus people in uniform, armed, with the only intention to intimidating the rest of us. And I have to be honest, it's one of the biggest acts of cowardice that I've ever seen. And I'm asking, why are they here representing like this? Especially when we were talking about an independent oversight committee that should, if everybody's playing by the rules, should absolve anybody from any harm or anything else. I wanted Lakewood to be a safe community for my daughter, even though that she does not live here. But after what I've seen today, there's no safety here in Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin McKinger.
Good evening, Council. My name is Robin, she, hers. I live in Ward 1. I've been in this room since the beginning of this fight, but I've been unable to speak, mostly because it's obvious that the queer community, that Lakewood is just not a safe place. The entire Colorado trans community is terrified for their lives based on actual history written on your watch, as it's known everywhere that they're not valued or protected here, and if anything were to happen, that their cries for help would be ignored, their family and friends mistreated, intimidated, their human and constitutional rights not only ignored, but blatantly abused. This word is spreading nationally every minute that you stall and you delay and you refuse to take action and you refuse appropriate oversight for the most abusive of you, the Lakewood Police Department, and the enabling of the known disgraced city manager. What a way for this council to be put on the map. You will literally make a proclamation for the Transgender Day of Remembrance, and then when our dear friend's name was added to the list, which is composed of hundreds of siblings that are murdered each year on your watch, and it was tremendously mishandled. Why are you not looking around at other well-functioning cities and their love and support that's given to their most vulnerable constituents? Arvada has a great family-based pride that is obviously well-planned and very successful. Adams County Pride is top-notch, providing the best entertainment and activities I've seen. It's known in the entire community. They are paid well, treated like royalty. The notes of gratitude pour in for an entire year, mostly from young people sharing how brilliant it is to be among unapologetic queer joy, and that is just not happening in Lakewood. I had the privilege of attending one of Councillor Ken Cruz's roundtables this month, and it was overwhelmingly unanimous how nobody in attendance would invite our queer ones to be anywhere here because Lakewood doesn't want them, Lakewood won't keep them safe, and apparently they don't need their money. Kay Cruz was incredibly kind, took careful care to listen to every voice, and the amount of consideration and care that he has for Lakewood and its vulnerable constituents was obvious. I thank you. So where's the disconnect in this room right now? Nobody will run from oversight if there isn't anything to hide. If you honestly think that the police will police themselves, you're beyond disengaged in this country in 2026, and you shouldn't be sitting in the seat that you're in. Lakewood could do something revolutionary with this oversight. Give it teeth, make it count. Tell the Colorado queer community these important things, that we invite queer people to experience queer joy. They won't be tolerated, but they'll be celebrated. We need Lakewood to acknowledge the harm that it's caused over the last year, and it will hold accountable anybody who won't treat our precious with the sacredness that they deserve. We need to welcome queer joy and queer dollars. Unless you take a brave stand, we're never gonna invite our community to places where they're blatantly just not wanted.
Thank you. Katrina Whitehead, then Kyle Kingston, and then Oak Slater.
Hi, I'm Katrina Whitehead. I'm a licensed professional counselor, and I want to speak to you from that lens and why I'm here. So, I have grown and love this community very much because they stand up for each other, and I know that they would stand up for me because of their love and compassion. And coming here today, a lot of them are grieving, they're heartbroken, they're scared, and they want change, and I'm sure they're afraid that it won't happen. And so when I showed up when all of the police showed up, and my heart sank, because this is supposed to be about building trust. And when a massive amount of people show up with guns and armed, that isn't building trust. They claim that they have watched an 11-minute video and that has changed their perspective of trans people. I doubt that, because if it had changed their mind, they would have not shown up the way they showed up. They would have understand that these people are traumatized, they are grieving, and they are scared, and they don't need any more influence affecting their mental health by showing up this way. It is not okay. As a mental health therapist, I encounter not only trans people afraid of the police, but cis women who are afraid of the police because they're in domestic violence situations and they did not have their voice be heard, and they don't feel safe calling them because it just made it worse. And I don't even know what to say to them. It makes my job harder because I care about my clients very much. And I don't know what to say to them when they say I can't call the police, and in my mind is like, oh crap, this woman could die, but you won't call the police, and I don't know what to say. I don't want to minimize her experience, and I don't want to minimize my trans client's experience. And that's for sure, because they showed up the way they showed up, an oversight committee needs to happen, because they have not learned anything about compassion and empathy and how to respond to someone going through trauma, because this is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Kingston, Oak Slater, and then Quinn Pratt Cordova.
Kyle Kingston, Adams County. The city manager apparently drafted a memo, ghostwritten by the Lakewood Police, which seems to absolve Lakewood PD of negligence, incompetence, and bigotry. It turns out they did everything right. And if they didn't, they're doing enough about it. And if they're not, well, who are we to suggest such a thing? I congratulate you. Finally, you have a permission slip to do the easy thing. What a relief to have finally made up your minds to put this whole ugly mess behind you. What's one more dead transgender? To borrow language from the Lakewood police chief, they watched an 11-minute video to learn how to talk to a transgender. Jack Scruton has not and will likely never get justice from a system that never cared whether she lived or died. But you somehow managed to make matters worse by pretending for a minute like you gave a damn. Maybe you'll prove me wrong and impose needed oversight. I hope so. But I would be very much surprised. It's not the moment for that kind of courage from elected officials. So, for those of you voting no, or watering down oversight into a rubber stamp, you craven stuffed shirts. How dare you abuse the memory of my friend in this way? May the shame from this follow you forever. Jax deserved better than to be murdered in this piece of shit town.
Oak Slater.
My name is Oak Slater. I live near Colfax and Eaton. I'm an artist, public health worker, and social change maker. I am Jax. Her case could have been mine. Could have been the case of so many queer people I know. As a pansexual, trans, non-binary youth, I encountered countless hostile moments anytime I was in public. Riding the city bus to school, I disguised myself as male in hopes it would shield me from the eyes of strangers and their unkind agendas for me. Not every person has this privilege. I feel lucky that I have reached the age of 46. I thought I wouldn't make it this far. I really thought that by now I would be found dead in an alley. I could have easily been Jax. These fine folks promoting the creation of this oversight committee tonight are spending their limited energy once again trying to convince you to do your job and protect your community. They've done all the lead work for you in developing a solution toward ensuring what happened with Jax and how her case has been disrespected never happens in Lakewood again. I'm still wondering if I'll make it to 47. Will you help me and the dear people like me have a better chance at survival and a better chance to thrive? We demand an independent oversight committee, a committee independent from police or city officials' interference and influence. I ask again, will you help the trans residents of the Denver metro area by doing your work in Lakewood? Will you set the right example to your children and community by showing how you've leveraged your role to protect and serve some of the most vulnerable among us? Meet the moment. It's on you now. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Quinn Pratt Cordova, and I do have pooled time. I see Chris Langley, Clay Fuller. Okay, thank you. And DJ Braley? Okay, thank you. Mr. Pratt Cordova, the floor is yours. If you might give us 1 second to restart the clock to 10 minutes. Mr. Clerk, can we start the clock?
Go. There you go.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Quinn Cordova. I'm a police agent for the Lakewood Police Department and have had the honor of serving this community for the past 12 years. I serve in the executive board for Lakewood PD's Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 21. We serve and support the Lakewood Police Department, its mission and service to this city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. We appreciate your time and the seriousness with which you're approaching this decision. We recognize that members of this council come to this issue with different perspectives, different experiences, and a shared desire to do what's right for the people you represent. That shared purpose matters, and we want to acknowledge it at the outset. Our hope tonight is not to deepen divisions, but to offer perspective so that a decision made tonight is grounded in clarity, fairness, and long-term impact. Tonight, I'd like to encourage you to see these fine sworn professionals as I do, with pride and profound respect. The Lakewood Police Department is made up of 272 sworn professionals, people who have taken an oath to serve citizens with care, fairness, and accountability. These are individuals with extensive legal, administrative, and ethical frameworks designed to protect the rights and dignity of everyone involved. 3 qualities define this agency: training, education, and professionalism. Our officers, your officers, have collectively completed more than 378,000 hours of training. That represents over 1,000 years devoted to de-escalation, cultural awareness, crisis response, constitutional policing, and ethical decision-making. This training exists precisely because accountability and community trust matter. They are trained. Every sworn officer meets at least a 4-year degree requirement, representing more than 1,000 collective years of higher education across diverse disciplines and institutions. These are individuals trained to think critically, communicate effectively, and navigate complex human situations. They are educated. Together, they bring over 2,200 years of on-the-job experience. They have investigated countless complex cases, saved lives, protected thousands of kids in our schools, and willingly risked their lives time and time again for this city and its citizens. This is hard-earned experience that informs judgment, restraint, and outcomes in moments that rarely allow for easy answers. They are professional. We also ask that you remain mindful of the individuals behind the badge, their parents, caregivers, partners, mentors, coaches, and neighbors, individuals who live in the city and are deeply invested in its well-being. They show up to work knowing their decisions may be evaluated long after the moment has passed, often without full context. They continue to serve at the highest level, even when their integrity is questioned, not because it's easy, but because service is a commitment. It's who they are. Public safety functions best when trust flows in all directions, when community members feel heard and protected, and when the professionals serving them feel supported, respected, and treated with fairness. Accountability that is effective, collaborative, and rooted in existing systems strengthens that trust. Accountability that is perceived as punitive or repetitive risks weakening it. As you deliberate, we encourage a measured approach, one that recognizes the complexity of this issue, honors the good faith on all sides, and carefully considers whether the proposed solution will deliver the outcomes we all want: safety, trust, and equity for the people of Lakewood. While we share Council's desire to see the Lakewood Police Department continue its legacy of professionalism, customer service, and excellence in all we do, we state factually that the formation of a formal oversight board will only result in damaging our reputation away from being one of the premier law enforcement agencies in the U.S. Therefore, rather than an oversight board, we urge the Council to consider a transparency and collaboration committee. This approach would foster partnership between department and the community, building on our strong record of accountability without the adversarial effects of formal oversight. The Lakewood Police Department already operates under robust layers of accountability that make additional oversight redundant. We have maintained CALIA accreditation since 1986, a rigorous process that evaluates our policies, procedures, and performance against national standards and best practices. Internally, our professional standards unit handles complaints via thorough investigations, ensuring transparency and fairness. Externally, critical incidents are reviewed by the 1st Judicial District Critical Incident Response Team, an independent multi-agency body that promotes objectivity. Furthermore, police contacts are recorded on body-worn cameras and documented in Sidearm, a database maintained by the Colorado Department of Criminal Justice, where the Lakewood Police Department maintains a status of fully compliant. These mechanisms, combined with our commitment to community-oriented policing, have attributed to our stellar national reputation, with low complaint rates and high community satisfaction. Oversight will have unintended negative ramifications. There are approximately 18,000 law enforcement agencies operating across the country. Of these, only about 1% have civilian oversight boards. Civilian oversight boards are rare and often follow severe systemic issues like those in other cities, issues that the majority of you don't agree exist in the Lakewood Police Department. The unnecessary creation of an oversight board attempts to apply an unwarranted national narrative to Lakewood PD. Formal oversight has been linked to dramatic rises in voluntary separations, with one study showing a 279% increase in resignations in a large Western agency. Police leaders assert the civilian oversight boards negatively impact departments' ability to recruit and retain officers by fostering an adversarial environment that erodes morale and trust in leadership. A national survey of police chiefs revealed that post-2020 scrutiny, including calls for oversight, led to 40.9% reporting lower morale and 83.6% noting greater difficulty in recruiting qualified candidates. For Lakewood, adopting oversight will tarnish our reputation, deter top talent, and lead to staffing gaps that compromise community safety. In contrast, a transparency and collaboration committee would yield positive outcomes. Collaboration builds trust, enabling proactive problem solving where police and community members co-develop these solutions. Unlike oversight's adversarial tone, this fosters open dialogue and improves relations. It aligns with our existing efforts, enhancing accountability through partnership rather than mandate. Oversight boards often recommend collaboration. Rather than an oversight board, let's pursue a collaboration committee. This path honors our officers' dedication and the community's trust. Let us not forget why we're here today. It's because we all deeply care about making positive change. Every one of us shares a common goal, and that's to elevate the city of Lakewood into a place that's better, stronger, and more inclusive for all who live, work, and serve here. This is our moment to seize the future rather than be driven by the past. It's our chance to work together in a truly collaborative effort to ease tensions, further the established trust, and once again elevate our police department, our city, and our community. We can choose cooperation over conflict, understanding over assumption, and progress over stagnation. We can reject an atmosphere fueled by anger, aggression, fear, and mistrust, and replace it with one rooted in respect, accountability, and shared purpose. This is the time to capture that opportunity. Let us stop driving a wedge between groups that should be working together. Let us once again set the bar for innovation, collaboration, and excellence at every level. The Lakewood Police Department and its employees truly strive to provide the highest level of service to every member of this community without exception. And when that commitment is met with open dialogue, mutual respect, and a shared vision, that's how true transparency, collaboration, and accountability is realized. We all recognize that these conversations are difficult and emotions run high, but progress is rarely made in moments of division. It's made when people come together with a willingness to cooperate. This is why we respectfully urge you to vote in the affirmative to approve our proposal to create a transparency and collaboration committee, one that brings community members, city leadership, and police representatives to the same table. This group represents not conflict but cooperation, not distrust but accountability, and not fear but progress. By supporting this effort, you'll be taking a meaningful step towards strengthening trust, improving communication, and ensuring that the city of Lakewood remains an inclusive community where every resident feels safe and respected. This is our chance to lead with reason, unity, and vision. We ask you to seize it for the city, its community, and their future. Thank you sincerely for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. And that's the last public comment I have on that topic, so we'll go ahead and close the hearing. And with that, may I please have a motion? Oh, did you already give me? Oh, yes, thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor. So 1 second while we all pull out. What we'll do for amendments is go in order, please. If we could start with page 1. I know we have a number of council amendments. Please, if you've got an amendment that you'd like to make for everybody in the room, we're going off of ordinance that was discussed in our December 12th study session. So, and that is posted on lakewoodspeaks.org. And from there, we will be making adjustments to that through the course of the rest of our conversation on this topic tonight. Do we have anyone that is wishing to make any amendments to page 1 of the resolution? Counselor Lowe?
Thank you, Mayor. We can start with amendments, but can I make a general comment first to sort of
Sure.
frame amendments before we do that? Boy, this is a tough meeting. I really appreciate everyone coming out, and I really appreciate all the comments that were made. I'm going to do my best to sum up sort of how I'm sort of viewing this moment, and I'd ask folks to try to approach this with some grace. I'm sure I won't phrase this exactly right, because I'm kind of reacting in real time to what I've heard. I think this was brought up a number of times in the comments over the last hour. I think we could all benefit from just a little bit trying in a very, very, very hard moment for this country to extend a little bit of grace and empathy for people who aren't in our shoes. On the one hand, I just want to take a moment as a member of council to state that for what it's worth, I am queer, gay, out, proud member of the LGBTQIA+ community. And speaking for myself, speaking only from my lived experience, obviously that does not include the lived experience of a trans person in this country or the city. I am deeply grateful for the service of the individuals in uniform, the sworn officers that serve this city. I've had many, many, many interactions with you all over the last 2 years as a member of this body, and for many years before that as a member of the city before I was elected. And I have always, in every interaction that I personally or my family has ever experienced, been grateful for the professionalism and the dignity with which I've been treated. And I do want to just take a moment to acknowledge a number of things that have been said tonight and over the last few months that may be hurtful to some of you, because I know that the vast, vast majority of you who serve this city do so in the spirit of public service, out of a desire to keep us safe. I guess I would ask all of us to try to feel a little bit of empathy for what it's like to be a sworn officer in America today, or to be the loved one, to be the wife or the spouse or the husband or the kid of a police officer, and the fear of watching them go out the door and wondering if they're going to come back alive. And I would ask us to, I would say I'm grateful for your service, and thank you for putting your lives on the line to keep us safe. And to the individuals serving our city, I would ask you to do your best to do the same. Let's be empathetic about the lived experience of other people in the city, other people in this room. People who may be intimidated right now, because there are a lot of you, and you all are armed. And I understand why a lot of people up here are very nervous, because they don't view the police always through that prism. Their experience may be different. They may have interactions with our police that bring fear and nervousness and anxiety. And there are a lot of people in our community who are hurting. There is a lot of hatred being channeled at the trans community in America right now, deliberately by cruel demagogic figures. There is a lot of violence being perpetrated against marginalized individuals in other cities, not by our sworn Lakewood police. I'm not talking about that, but I am talking about what ICE is doing right now. And for an awful lot of people, I understand why law enforcement gets conflated. So I guess I would just ask us all to feel a little bit of empathy. I would ask us to feel empathy for the incredible public service of our Lakewood police that I am deeply grateful for. And I would also ask our own officers to feel empathy for the very real anger and fear and hurt that a lot of people in this room and in this community are feeling, and the anxiety that we've been hearing on council that has continued to fuel calls for oversight. Having said all that, I'm sure what I just said annoyed many, many people in the room, but that's my best effort to try to sort of frame how the nuance and complexity I feel about this. I would move, and this amendment is connected to a couple of amendments that I think are coming. Based on the feedback that we have heard from the Fraternal Order of Police, I would move an amendment to the title of the resolution. So currently it says an ad hoc community oversight committee to work toward the establishment of a permanent police community. I would like to replace that with establishing an ad hoc committee to work toward the establishment of a permanent police committee that appropriately balances transparency, community collaboration, accountability, and oversight. Sure that won't completely please everyone, but that is my view of this is that the best way forward here, it's messy, it's imperfect, is let's all take a breath. We're not creating a permanent committee tonight. We're creating an ad hoc committee that's drawn from community members that is going, I hope, if we do this right, to spend the next 12 months after it's seated drawing on community experience, drawing on community feedback, and making recommendations on a permanent committee that I hope and think should balance those 4 key imperatives: collaboration, transparency, accountability, and oversight in a responsible way that works for Lakewood and increases public safety. And if that amendment passes, I have a couple of follow-on amendments sort of making that change in a couple of other parts of the resolution, and I think some other councilors will have some associated amendments. So again, replace the title so it reads, establishing an ad hoc committee to work toward the establishment of a permanent police committee that appropriately balances transparency, community collaboration, accountability, and oversight. And if that amendment passes, I'll follow up with an amendment that sort of strikes and replace the references to that elsewhere in the resolution.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the amendment to the title? Councilor Furman.
I will try and be efficient, but I did actually want to say a couple of things, which is, I think one of the universal topics that came up across the board, which was the concern, and I think what the goal of this is. It's not the goal of everybody's, but I think the most universal piece was the idea of having everybody in our community, especially those who currently are in marginalized parts of our community, feel safe, feel like they can communicate with the police in a form of mutual respect. And I think the issue we have right now is there is some pieces of this that are exactly that. They're conflated with bigger issues that I don't think you'll find any disagreement. That there are issues outside of Lakewood that are bigger than this. But we are talking about Lakewood. And so I think it's important to focus on what we can do with Lakewood and what's happening here. I think the critical part is that we all want the same thing. We want everybody in our community to feel safe. And justice for Jax, right? Yes, but we're talking about the Oversight Committee. It's also not a conversation, but I appreciate that. But the justice for Jax part is certainly something that needs to be addressed. But in the case of this, in the oversight, the issue is making sure that we form something where we end up with the goal we're going for. And so part of that, and it's why, you know, I really appreciate almost exactly what you're saying, Councilor Lowe. I'm a little tempted to suggest that we say may create, but only because of it could take a lot of different forms. My hope for this is that, and this is the independent part is great. I will say I would hope that in the end, the independent part is one where you find reasons to also collaborate with the police, because if at the end of the day, the best way for everybody in the community to feel safe is to actually feel like you are supported by the police. And exactly as some people have described, you do feel like you can call the police. You do feel like you can go to them. That should be the goal. And so I think it's important to understand there needs to be some flexibility for the way it goes. Again, I'm tempted to say the may part, but for now, I am in support of what you had proposed, Councilor Lowe, because I think the important part here is this does need to, there might be out of this some level of adversarial conversations, might be. But at the end of the day, the key part is ending it where everyone feels safe. I can't express that enough. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other comments about that amendment? Councilor Cruz.
Thank you. And I appreciate the thought that my co-counselor put behind the renaming of this committee and trying to find a balance between different stakeholders' asks in this moment, and appreciate, and I do think we share the goal of getting to a point where everyone in our community feels safe and that we have systems and power that facilitate the collaboration that we need in our community. I think that something that I'm sitting with that I would ask all of my co-counselors and all of us to sit with too, right, is how the calls for recognizing our shared humanity, of thinking about empathy, of thinking about how we all work together, which are important and critical to any productive conversation we're going to have in here, and I appreciate you all for calling that out, how those intersect with power and who has what kinds of power, which I think are displayed in this room in a way that I think elevates some of the concerns that some community members have brought up, although I understand where it's coming from, and I am asking for a call in this point of power from a place of support and respect and hope for moving forward in a way that all members of our community, as called out in this ordinance, and people beyond, can feel that sense of safety that some folks have expressed. And frankly, to me, trying to find a balance in this way, in this name, when there have already been so many changes we've made to this concept through our months of talking about it, is not putting folks on equal footing to address the issues of power that would create the collaborative environment that everybody's asking for this conversation to move forward in a way that's productive. And so I will not be supporting this amendment, but I wanted to express the deep respect with which I understand you've put it together.
Councillor Ryan, and then Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
I also want to echo, it takes a lot of courage for everyone to come here and share their thoughts, share their vulnerabilities in the most public of all settings. I think everyone on council, I believe, is coming at this from at least an overall same viewpoint, and that is, how do we improve police relationships with our community, especially some of our more vulnerable community members. And so for that, I think we're all aligned. How we get there, I'm not sure we're completely aligned. But I think recognizing that we are all trying to get to that same place of how do we improve community relationships and all community relationships with the police and the rest of our community, frankly, all of government. The thing that I wonder about in all of this is it a foregone conclusion that at the end of this, that there will be a permanent something or another? And I think the way I viewed this ad hoc committee, if you will, is to gather information, to talk to our community members, and to understand what is the best next step. And maybe that next step is a permanent oversight committee. Maybe it's the transparency and collaborative committee. I'm not really sure I'm really set on the label. And I'm not sure I'm particularly interested in trying to label something right now. What I would suggest is, rather than trying to come up with what that name is of the thing that may get created at the end of the ad hoc committee, is that we leave that to the ad hoc committee to decide what that's going to be called, right? Maybe the recommendation from the ad hoc committee is, we really, really need an oversight committee, and here's all the reasons why. Or maybe it's something that we haven't even talked about and something that we haven't heard from community about. I want to make sure that we don't tell the ad hoc committee what their end goal is going to be in terms of whether it's a permanent committee and what that permanent committee looks like. I want the ad hoc committee to come to us and say, we have done the hard work and here's where we think this should go. And so when we're trying to define this, I think we kind of trip ourselves up in trying to come up with the name. And so I guess I'd be more open to something that's a little bit more ambiguous, because I want the ad hoc committee to do the work and tell us what that is going to be.
Yeah, I was thinking Councillor Lowe might want to respond. Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai, then Councillor Black.
Thank you. I understand the sort of sentiment of we don't know until we get through this 12-month process. But I also think that since the start, we've been pretty explicit in the scope of work of the committee that this may be an option. We know that at the end of the 12 months, under all circumstances, that this body of work is going to come back to City Council to make some decisions. And so I would be supportive of the amendment that's being proposed here, because I do think it helps to signal that there is an understanding and a commitment that we've heard from multiple stakeholder groups around transparency, community collaboration, accountability, but it also doesn't lose oversight. And it also provides like a thread to the scope of work that understands that this is something that may be recommended. But I don't necessarily read this as, because this is part of the naming function, that this is where we're going to land. It's going to be part of a conversation that we have in 12 months. And because we've been talking about it under this parameter, this is not new. We've been having this discussion and circulating this since December 15th. I do think that this is responsive to what we heard from our police agents and what they'd like to see in recognition from transparency and community collaboration. So I would be supportive of this.
Councillor Black.
Yeah, first I just want to thank everyone who's come tonight. This is a really important issue. And first I want to talk a little bit about the generalities that I see, and then I'll talk a little bit about the title. We're in this big time of transition in our communities and in our societies, and it's really powerful and sort of beautiful to see, because what we're looking at is we're transitioning from a space where we had systems of power that existed one directionally, and we are now working to move to more systems of equality and community building. And I think that that is a really powerful and positive change. But the transition is really hard, it's really messy, and I want to acknowledge the ways in which folks on all sides get caught up in this transition that we're making to try to evolve to a system where the structures of power that have always existed, that can be one directional and really disenfranchise our marginalized communities in particular, not just our trans communities, but also our Black and brown communities and many others. We're now trying to move to these systems of more equity where we can share our lived experience and learn from each other. And from that work and that community building, we can evolve and move to a better system. So that's really powerful and transformative, but also really hard work to do for all of us, our police force included, and I want to acknowledge that. I am fine utilizing language that feels safe to any of our communities, and that includes our trans community and our police community and all of us. So if there is a title change that works to create collaboration and foster community building, I'm fine with that, as long as the spirit of the independent body remains the same and contains that spirit of independence and that spirit of collaboration and that spirit of coming together through transparency and through allowing an independent body to come into the space of seeing what our police systems are doing and being able to help in that spirit. So I'd be fine supporting the amendment, but I just want us to acknowledge the ways in which the change to the title will not change the overall spirit of the independent committee itself.
Okay, seeing no more hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote for the amendment. All right, that passes 8 yeses and 3 noes, the noes being K. Cruz, I. Cruz, and Nystrom. Councilor Lowe, you mentioned you had follow-ups.
Yep. Okay, thank you. That was helpful. We needed to figure out where the votes fit on the actual name change itself. So given that we just changed the title, there's a couple other places where the permanent committee is referenced that we should also change. So Mayor, would you prefer that one involves a change to a whereas clause, one involves an amendment to section 1, and then I think Councilor Sherzai is also going to take care of a change that has to happen to section 7 later. So I'll let her do that later. Would you like me to do the 3 as one amendment or as 3 separate amendments? It might be cleaner to just do them all in one fell swoop.
Yeah, why don't you start that way, and if we need to break them up, we can.
Okay, so first, we're going to amend the final whereas clause in the current resolution, which currently reads, whereas the City Council seeks to establish an ad hoc committee to plan, recommend, and implement a permanent police oversight committee that would initiate, et cetera, et cetera. We replace that with, whereas the City Council seeks to establish an ad hoc committee to plan, recommend, and implement a permanent police committee that appropriately balances transparency, community collaboration, accountability, and oversight. Then, in section 1, where it currently reads, the ad hoc advisory committee for the establishment of a permanent police community oversight committee is hereby established. Replace that with section 1, the ad hoc advisory committee for the establishment of a permanent committee to appropriately balance police transparency, community collaboration, accountability, and oversight is hereby established. So that amendment to both the whereas clause and section 1 is the amendment I now move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
And again, this is just a mechanical sort of change to ensure consistency given the title change that we just voted on. So if whichever way you voted on the last amendment, it would be great if you could vote that way on this amendment.
And no hands up to speak. Are we ready to vote? All right, no hands up. Please cast your vote for the second amendment. That passes 8 yeses, 3 noes, the noes being K. Cruz, I. Cruz, and Nystrom. Councilor Lowe.
All right, I have one more amendment to the whereas clause a separate a whereas amendment that I might as well offer now too. So I do have one suggested additional whereas clause. This is language that was pulled from some of the suggested Fraternal Order of Police language. I want to emphasize, I spent a lot of time over the weekend looking at that document, comparing it with this resolution. I think there's some language that was very constructive. I think there's other language that went too far in terms of some of the core purposes that we're trying to do here with this resolution. So we're trying to be judicious in terms of being really thoughtful and taking that feedback, but also being really thoughtful about protecting the integrity, as Councilor Black, I think, eloquently put it, of making sure that we have a body that genuinely accomplishes an important thing that we're trying to do. And I would just note, as a quick aside, that Fort Collins, Boulder, Denver, Aurora, Colorado Springs all have committees that have some combination of these functions, right? Transparency, collaboration, accountability, and oversight. They mix those things in different ways, but those are things embedded in all of those different bodies, along with quite a few others, cities around the state and around the country. So we insert a final whereas clause. Whereas the City Council recognizes that policing in Lakewood operates within established accountability structures and applicable law, and that the Ad Hoc Transparency and Collaboration Committee is intended to promote transparency and dialogue through education regarding those existing structures.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that amendment? Councilor Furman?
I will say I also spent a long time trying to compare because there was a variety of amendments and changes. And for anyone that may be concerned about those, I do want to note, and I think it's important to understand, I was actually impressed by a lot of what they sent because of, I think it did a lot to go towards framing goals so that we can get to something out of this. And then the other piece of it that's important is understanding what can help a committee like this be able to hit the ground running and be able to be more effective. And I think some of this is important because there are things that I think will have to be understood to be able to have an effective committee, be able to see where they can suggest changes, all those things. It requires a foundation of understanding what's going on. So I value this one as well. So.
Councilor I. Cruz, then Councilor K. Cruz.
Thank you. Yes, all of us can say we spent lots of time with this resolution and appreciate the time that went into it, as I think a lot of folks have put time into this topic. I will be supporting this. I appreciate you for pulling this out. I do just want to put on the record that I think this is being offered in a spirit of a hope, right, of understanding some of the existing structures that are put in place, as was mentioned in the testimony regarding existing accountability structures and transparency and all of those pieces. And so I appreciate that we are acknowledging that, but I want to state, just for at least my intent of putting this in there, that is not a presumption, that is not something that folks on this committee will understand, because I think a lot of folks from the community side are also coming to this with a deep knowledge and understanding of policies and procedures and expertise. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Councilor Ken Cruz, then Councilor Sinks.
Yes, two things. Obviously the biggest thing that we've heard tonight is accountability and transparency. And I do think that this addition will add to the transparency aspect, so I too will be supporting this. I do want to point that in the amendment that you proposed, it does have a title that was presented that you did not move forward initially. So you have Ad Hoc Transparency and Collaboration Committee in the verbiage, so just for correcting the record.
Mayor, for a correction of the amendment, should I withdraw it and reissue it? Friendly amendment. Friendly amendment that the Ad Hoc Transparency, Community Collaboration, Accountability, and Oversight, that the Permanent Committee to promote transparency, community collaboration, accountability, and oversight is pretended to promote transparency and dialogue through education regarding those existing structures.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I think you said permanent though, because it is still ad hoc. So I think for just the sake of this, could we not just say the ad hoc committee?
Right. Yeah. No, you're right.
Okay.
Thank you. Because we're talking about the ad hoc committee.
Friendly amendment.
Committee. Okay. And that the ad hoc committee is intended to promote transparency and dialogue through education regarding those existing structures. I agree.
Thank you. Councilor Sinks.
Thank you. So we heard many different viewpoints, and we heard about fear that people feel. Fear is a very strange thing, isn't it? You know, one person could sit in the room and feel great amount of fear. Another person could sit in the same room and not feel any fear at all. And why is that? Of course, people's backgrounds, people have different lived experiences. And so here I am again playing my education card as a teacher. I think education is going to be very valuable in helping overcome fear that may never go away because of lived experiences, but hopefully fear that will be diminished through more collaboration, and that people will realize the humanity on both sides. So I appreciate your work on this, Councillor Lowe. I'll be supporting it.
Okay, and seeing no more hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote for the amendment. That passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Councillor Lowe.
There was something I should have said earlier that I meant to say. Councillor Cruz and Councillor Sherzai did a lot of really thoughtful work over the last several months to put together this draft, and I just want to say I really appreciate it. The amount of work you all put into this dwarfs the amount of work I put in over the last few days trying to wordsmith that. No, I know, but thank you for all the work and stakeholding that you've put into this. This is not an easy issue, and thank you for moving this forward. It took a lot of work by both of you, and I know I'm speaking for the council when I say we really appreciate it.
Do we have any other amendments to page 1? Councillor Ryan.
So in what was previously the last Thank you. What was previously the last whereas clause, the one that starts, the city council seeks to establish an ad hoc committee. I propose adding the word that may, crossing out the words to plan, continuing with recommend, removing and implement, and continuing a permanent a permanent committee. That, and then striking would initiate, and adding and may recommend, then continuing policies and or procedures. So it would read, whereas the city council seeks to establish an ad hoc committee that may recommend a permanent committee and recommend policies and or procedures that elevate and support the Lakewood community with a focus on systematically marginalized community. So again, this goes back to my initial comments that we don't know what the ad hoc committee is going to recommend. And so adding the words that may, I think makes that clear. The reason I took out, for example, implement, that's ultimately this body. So the ad hoc committee is going to make recommendations. It'll be up to this body to implement. So that's the only reason for removing those. So that's my amendment for that whereas clause.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any conversation on the whereas? All right, seeing none, please go ahead and cast your votes. That passes 9 yeses, 2 noes, the noes being Cruz and Lowe. Councillor Ryan.
In section 1. In section 1, I move to add at the end of section 1 the following sentence: the ad hoc advisory committee shall not exercise disciplinary or enforcement authority. And it's just simply recognizing the limitations of the body that we're creating and making it explicit.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Hand up, Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
This is listed in other parts of this ordinance where, like, what the guardrails are. So I wonder why we need it right here at the start.
Probably because I missed it. So where are we referring to? Sorry.
I'm sorry. You may need to come back to me. But I do feel like we did say, in section 6, perhaps. Yeah, sorry. Can you repeat your amendment, Councilor Ryan?
Yes, and I'll even turn on my mic. The ad hoc advisory committee shall not exercise disciplinary or enforcement authority.
I guess my interpretation of Section 6 is, given the limitations of the access from the open records request, that it wouldn't be going that far. But I understand now why you're making that change. You're suggesting that change.
Councilor Ike Cruz has an answer.
Thank you. Yeah, this is part of what you sent us a little earlier as amendments to Section 6 that you're going to be proposing. And I personally feel like it might make a little bit more sense in Section 6, because for the same reason that you just talked about, which is that I think in setting out what they are able to do, that is not something that was put on the table as something that they were able to do. So the sentence just makes more sense there rather than at the front, because it deals specifically with the complaints and other pieces that the committee will be getting information about. Oh, Councilor Lowe's.
Section 6 amendments?
Oh, yes, right.
So that's my take. I think it fits a little better in Section 6, whomever will be proposing it.
I will say I'm ambivalent whether it's in Section 1 or Section 6, as long as we have that language in there. So if we want to, it's a little bit hard in Section 6 because unless we do a sub C, for example, because it says to inform the recommendations and reports the ad hoc committee shall have, and it talks about access to records essentially. But I'm happy to add a subsection C and put it there, or wherever else you want to put it.
Mayor.
Responses to that, I've got a number of hands up. Mayor Pro Tem has a response to that. Any of the hands up, are they other responses to that?
Yes,
okay.
just on Section 6 versus, it's on,
Okay.
whatever.
Mayor Pro Tem, then
Yeah,
Councilor Lowe.
sorry for the confusion. I think there is an adjustment that's being suggested. I think that's about to be proposed. That's response to what we saw from the FOP letter, which is in Section 6, and it sort of articulates to what extent. So, happy to vote on your amendment, but there may be an opportunity for that to come later.
I'm happy to withdraw it and see how Section 6 plays out. Well, or we can deal with it now, frankly, since we're talking about it. Okay, if you prefer to go in order, I'm happy to withdraw my well, if you'll withdraw your second.
I'll withdraw my second.
And I'll withdraw my motion, and we'll wait until we get to Section 6.
Okay, perfect. Other hands up? Councilor Ike Cruz? You're done? Okay. Councilor Lowe? Okay, waiting till Section 6. Any other amendments to first page, which includes Section 1 and 2? Moving on to Section page, Councilor Ryan?
In section 2, it's in the middle where we start the sentence, the membership, let's see, the committee members must have, and what I'm suggesting is committee members must have, adding the words, lived, adding the words, in the city of Lakewood no less than 12 months prior to convening the committee, and have professional expertise in one or more of the following areas. It strikes me that if we're going to have a body that's going to look at Lakewood issues, we ought to have members of the body be made up of people who live. I'm happy to add work in Lakewood. But I want, this is a Lakewood issue, and I think it needs a Lakewood solution.
Should we have that in there? Counselor Ryan, are you saying to add a specific amount of time?
Yes, so that it's not that once upon a time they lived in Lakewood, but that they what I'm trying to get at generally is that they currently live in Lakewood, or I'm happy to add work in Lakewood. But the way it reads right now is that at some point in time that they lived in Lakewood, that would be enough, or that they don't even have to have lived in Lakewood, they just have some expertise. And so you could presumably have 9 members of a committee made up of folks who have never, or who don't currently live or work in Lakewood. And that seems problematic to me. So I'm happy to different language, but that's the goal I'm trying to get at, is that we have members who currently live or work.
I see that in the second section of section 2. The ad hoc committee shall consist of 9 members who live, work, and/or have strong ties to Lakewood.
Okay, then I would just strike the words "or have strong ties to Lakewood," because I don't know what that means. I can't objectively determine what that means.
Okay. Did you have a second? Did you already make the formal amendment?
No, so this is the this is the one. So thank you for correcting me on the fly there. So I would remove the words, where are we? And/or have strong ties to Lakewood.
So the sentence would read, ad hoc committee shall consist of 9 members who live
or work
in Lakewood.
In Lakewood.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I have a number of hands up. Counselor Black, Counselor Icruz, is it about Counselor Ryan's amendment? Okay, Counselor Icruz.
Thank you, and understand the sentiment of wanting to be as specific as possible. I will say that the inclusion of strong ties was actually based on specific learned experience from some other similar bodies in other cities that are in metro areas, including Boulder, where there's a lot of fluidity and connection between cities and specific types of expertise that we're looking for. And so, when we're asking for the inclusion of people with specific expertise, it was challenging for those bodies to seat people and retain people when young people, as an example, tend to move a lot. And I know in my area, living in either Wheat Ridge, Edgewater, or Lakewood is like a pretty similar couple of blocks, right? And so that was actually a recommendation that was made in some of the adjustments up in Boulder, was to have strong ties, was because of some of the important natures of constituencies that have some transiency and have certain kinds of experience. And so I think strong ties can mean a lot of things, and I think we've heard from folks who have gone to school here or who have worked here or who have lived here. And I think we should have the flexibility as the screening committee to seat this committee with the most qualified people possible who have the best interests of our city at heart.
Counselor Black, then Counselor Furman.
Yeah, I just want to second basically everything that Councilor Cruz says. I think we want to try to increase equitability on this committee. And in order to do that, particularly what Councilor Cruz said related to the ways in which people move a lot more, our renters, for instance, are not necessarily in our communities quite as long, or they may have to move around. But I think there are so many West Metro communities where folks who may not be living and working in Lakewood still have so much access to Lakewood, and additionally so much knowledge of and passion about our city. It seems that rather than city council necessarily putting such strict guardrails on who can be a component of the committee, perhaps the screening folks would do that after seeing the packets and having a better understanding of each individual applicant. But I would prefer to lean toward increasing people's access and equitability in being able to serve on this committee.
Councilor Furman?
Well, I certainly respect that effort to try and create a greater access. I think, I guess my concern is, well, one, it's a little too open-ended. I wish there were a way to sort of box that in a little better to what because what you're describing is absolutely one of the concerns I would have, right? Which is there's going to be certain professional experience where it's going to be hard to come up with somebody who has the time, the professional experience to serve on this. So I get that need, absolutely. I wish we could box it in a little better, because the downside for me is it's a little too open-ended, and while I like the idea of creating equity among the possibility of people contributing, it would be the same deal again, where I would still want to box it in a little bit, because of what we're trying to achieve, what this committee is trying to achieve, is so dependent on the relationships of this community with the police that if we aren't putting some framework around it, again, I realize there's going to be a selection committee, and so all the best interests, but I see the value of it being, I mean, even if you had to box it around, directly adjacent communities, or there has to be something more. It just feels a little too loose to me, and possibly subjective, even though I absolutely agree about the challenges of finding the people who are going to be the most useful in this committee. So I don't have the perfect suggestion, but I agree with Councilor Ryan about this. So.
Councilor Nystrom, then Councilor Lowe.
Thank you. I want to tag on to what Councilor Furman said. I truly hope and believe that we can come out of this ad hoc committee with a better understanding and cooperation and collaboration with the police department. But I think, strong ties to the community is very hard to define. And from a selection committee perspective, that would be very difficult. And I think in reality, what the police department is here to serve the people in Lakewood, that live in Lakewood or that work in Lakewood or happen to pass through. And I think that the perspectives and the input and engagement from people that live in Lakewood should be the primary focus on this committee. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan, Councilor Lowe. Ryan, then Lowe.
And I understand the counterpoint, and it makes sense to me. I'm struggling with strong ties. I mean, that could be really anything. I've always loved Lakewood. I walk my dog in the park, or I don't know. I wonder if we had a majority requirement, so a majority live or work in Lakewood, if that would alleviate some of the issue. Again, I don't think there's any way for us to objectively say someone has strong ties or doesn't have strong ties. So we basically open it up to the world, and and maybe we need to from an equity perspective or not. So I wonder if does it help to say majority, or do we just say, nah, we're just going to leave it up? That doesn't help us any. I'm just curious to hear what the body thinks.
Counselor Lowe?
I could go either way, to be honest, on this. I see the merit of both sides of this argument. I would just point out, it's not just that, I mean, at the end of the day, this may be, I think this is of less importance than a lot of other aspects of this resolution, given that the screening committee will select these folks. And remember, the screening committee selects these folks and then sends them to council for a full council vote, which is often we defer to the screening committee, but at the end of the day, council still has the final say in who's going to be on this ad hoc committee. So like, in practice, I think clearly, like, we as a body will and should, I am confident, ensure that the great majority of people on this committee work or live in Lakewood. I'm not really concerned that like there's a scenario where we would approve a committee where the majority of folks are not in Lakewood. I have no objection to trying to put that in if that's helpful to have that parameter. I agree that the great majority of people in this body should live and work in Lakewood. I also understand the benefits of flexibility, so I could kind of go either way on this. I don't know that I don't think we should spend that much more time on this particular amendment.
I'm going to say I would be a no to this, that already inviting in those who work in Lakewood goes further than we do for any other committee, so that opens up more flexibility there and is defined. Final hand up for now, Councilor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. I think, although maybe I share a bit of a different perspective on the benefits of ad hoc versus permanent that we've talked about a little bit, I think that keeping it with when there has been maybe some demonstrated challenge of seating a committee in some other communities that has the types of expertise that have been outlined, I would rather us have that flexibility, take the chance that for this committee, rather than all the other committees we have, we're having a wealth of people who are really excited to serve and that we're sorting through. And as a member of the screening committee, I commit to wanting a majority of council on there, but I think if it's a problem, we can deal with it from their recommendations for a further committee. But to me, I think giving ourselves more flexibility, not necessarily wordsmithing it right now for like potential and intended consequences of seating a committee when they have a lot of work to do in 12 months after being seated is the best path forward, and that's just me.
Okay, seeing no more hands, please go ahead and cast your vote for the amendment. And that fails with the noes being Strom, K. Cruz, Blacksher, Zai Sinks, I. Cruz, and Lowe. Next amendment. Oh, I thought maybe we were done. Councilor Lowe.
I have a section 5. Anyone got anything before section 5? No? Okay. I move to amend section 5 by adding the additional language at the end of section 5. To the greatest, so this is regarding the facilitator that is sort of laid out in section 5. To the greatest extent possible, the facilitator shall possess training or experience in trauma-informed practices, community engagement, excuse me, LGBTQIA plus community issues, and facilitation of complex public discussions involving public safety topics. Familiarity with criminal justice processes and applicable legal training is preferred.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor I. Cruz, then Councilor Furman.
Thank you. Just wanted to highlight for folks that I think this was a helpful suggestion from the memo and recommendations from the fraternal order. So I think that this is a shared goal of some of these types of expertise that a facilitator would have, and so I will be supporting this amendment. Thanks.
Councilor Furman?
I'm probably going to be redundant, so I'll be quick because it's going to be a long night. I agree. I support this because I think one of the critical pieces, especially as we talk about independent, is that there is a strong understanding legal processes, again, so that this can be a successful effort and so that we can get to a successful outcome. So.
All right, seeing no more hands, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Councillor Lowe.
Okay, we're on to the foreshadowed Section 6 amendment. And forgive me, I really am not sick. I had a cold 2 weeks ago, and I have a cough that will not go away. So if I cough, really am not spreading germs. At least I'm pretty confident of that. Amend Section 6. So in the middle of Section 6, subparagraph B, it currently reads, a staff liaison from the city attorney's office or their designee shall support the ad hoc committee in accessing applicable records in a timely fashion, add, and in compliance with the above-mentioned statutes and other applicable Colorado law. And then further, at the end of subsection B, so it currently reads, the committee may review the records and disposition of any completed investigations. The committee may share findings and any materials received with the city council and the public. Add, in bold, and Councilor Ryan, I think this is an attempt to get at what you were suggesting, nothing in this section shall be construed to authorize the ad hoc advisory committee to independently adjudicate or influence the outcome of any complaint. And then add, I'll go ahead and just do this all as one lump thing. Add a new subsection C. When presented with sensitive information, committee members may be required to sign non-disclosure agreements related to the topic presented, such as matters involving juveniles. This is also language that is adopted from the FOP language. In the interest of full transparency, the original FOP language suggested that it not authorize the ad hoc advisory committee to independently investigate, adjudicate, or influence the outcome of any complaint. And we are, after some consideration, removing the word investigate. I can read that again if helpful.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Hands up, I have Councilor Ryan, then Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
I wonder, rather than saying nothing in this section, we say nothing in this resolution.
I'd be fine with that.
As a friendly amendment.
I'd be fine with that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, this may be a question for legal. I just had, this was a suggestion we saw from the police memo. Thank you, Councilor Lowe, for bringing it forward. But just around the NDA, if the state's law that we're citing for access is removing the constraints of the cost to access public records, but all of this is public records. So this articulation of outside incidents that would relate in an NDA feels, I just want to better understand that, because it feels like you'd have access to all of this already because it is public record.
Both the CCJRA, the Colorado Criminal Justice Records Act, and CORA has specific redaction requirements, especially surrounding sensitive investigations related to sexual assaults, things related to juveniles. So I think there are requirements that not all information, even on subject to the CCJRA or in CORA, that is mandatory to be released, has to be released under those subsections of the statute. Does that answer your question? I guess I probably didn't understand it as well as I should have before answering.
I probably didn't answer it very well, or ask it very well. So given the answer that you just gave, if there are redactions to keep people safe, I'm wondering then why we would need this additional clause that requires, if it is deemed sensitive information, that there is an NDA signed, because the redactions are in place to keep victims safe.
I would say that probably not, I guess, would be, as long as the redactions or the this ad hoc committee will only be in possession of records that are subject to release pursuant to the CCJRA after required redactions. I think the only issue that I would say is that there is some portions of the CCJRA that allow for release of specific records pursuant to the record custodian's discretion as to whether or not those records should be properly released. And then, of course, there are questions as to whether or not those records, if released, like what are the parameters on which the records custodian would allow for the release of those specific records. And so if this ad hoc committee were to go further than that to have access to records beyond what the records custodian deemed appropriate, then I guess maybe in that scenario there'd be issues related to sensitive information being released to the ad hoc committee that wouldn't be otherwise released.
Who makes that decision then? So who's determining that an NDA would be necessary so that this is above and beyond? Is it the police? Is it the staff liaison? Like, who would make that decision?
I can't answer that question because I don't know who would be subject to the NDA or under what parameters they'd be subject to the NDA. I didn't write this.
Counselor Lowe.
I believe, but Ms. Brown, please correct me if I'm wrong. One thing that we did establish in the study session is that this ad hoc committee would, like most committees, have the ability, if it voted to go into executive session in order to receive sensitive legal advice. Is that correct?
Yes, the general code allows committees to go into executive session for limited purposes, and I believe that does include attorney-client privileged information.
So if nothing else, I mean, one potential use of NDAs that I could imagine being useful to be available is if extremely sensitive information was presented in an executive session, it might be useful to at least have the ability to decide this information is sufficiently sensitive that we would like committee members to sign an NDA. In my mind, this isn't necessarily requiring it, but it's a tool in the toolbox that could be used if extremely sensitive information, and I frankly understand why our police, you know, if this committee is going to have extremely sensitive information, would want to make sure that that information isn't released to the general public.
In short, it won't hurt anything to include it. And if at some point it seems like a situation that maybe right at this moment we can't conceptualize, but a situation occurs where we feel compelled to protect information, we've got another tool to do it.
Yeah. I understand I appreciate the thoughtful questions on this, but I think on balance, we should err on the side of caution and include it as a tool. It doesn't have to be used. I would, Ms. Brown, since your office will be staffing this committee, I would urge that we kind of use that as a last resort, and you know, given and not use unless we really feel that it's necessary.
All right, seeing no more hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote on that amendment. All right, next up I have Counselor Isabel. Oh, I'm sorry. That passes 10 yeses, 1 no being Counselor Isabel Cruz. And next hand up also, Counselor Isabel Cruz. Okay. Next, do we have more amendments? We have, it sounds like we're done with 6, so I think we could move on to 7. Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
Yes, thank you. Thanks to Councilor Black. I think earlier in the conversation, you know, there may have been a change in the naming function, but I think as long as there wasn't a dilution in the sort of scope of work. And what I'd like to propose is an enumerated list of the written report to City Council that considers some of the things we heard from the police, as well as maintaining the integrity of what was really intended from that. So I did circulate this to staff and council earlier, and happy to read it. I'm not sure what would be the best way since it is rather lengthy. Looking at you, Mr. Robb. Is there a world in which you can put it up?
I'm sorry, you want it displayed on the screen?
Is that possible?
You said you emailed it to me?
I did. At about 4.
Gotcha. Give me about 2 minutes or less.
Yeah. So happy to just read it then, to keep us moving. So Section 7, the ad hoc committee shall provide a written report to the city council within 12 months of convening regarding A, the perspectives and concerns of identified by the LGBTQIA community, including a focus on issues facing transgender community members. An overview of the Lakewood Police Department, including existing transparency and accountability structures, community engagement practices, and topics presented to the committee. C, perspectives and concerns identified by the broader Lakewood community with attention to marginalized communities, including Black, Indigenous, and people of color, people with disabilities, and people experiencing homelessness. D, policy level observations, recommendations related to community relations, training, and other policies or procedures discussed. E, recommendations to define scope and mission of a proposed permanent committee to appropriately balance police transparency, community collaboration, accountability, and oversight, including 1, an outline of the committee, how the committee will meet the city council's goals of improving the police relations across the community. 2, staffing structures and associated cost. 3, naming options of the permanent committee and any additional topics identified for future consideration.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this amendment? Councilor Ryan.
I wonder, just given the discussion that we had initially, that a permanent committee may be one of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, that in E, we change propose to potential.
Sorry, are you offering that as a friendly?
I was just wondering if you would be open to that.
I would not be.
Then I move to amend the proposed amendment in E to change proposed to potential.
Second.
Ms. McKinney-Brown, can you help me?
Yes, we have a main motion on the floor. The first motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai was an amendment to the main motion. We currently have an amendment to the amendment. So Councilmember Ryan's amendment to the amendment would be voted on first, and then you would go back and either vote on the amendment as amended or the amendment as presented.
So let's then, do we have any hands up that wish to speak to Councilor Ryan's amendment of the amendment? Councilor Furman.
Again, I agree with the concept, which is to say, presupposing what this, I mean, because at the end of the day, nobody is taking away this ad hoc committee's ability to make any proposal, whatever that looks like. And so I think presupposing anything about what they will come out of, I mean, especially as we are working hard to frame it in the way that is independent and is part of the community, it seems reasonable to leave everything on the table for them to determine. But
Councilor Lowe.
I found this a productive discussion. Thank you. This is a very good faith amendment. I know it is. I think it's offered in good faith. I'm going to be a no because I think as a body we've been signaling for months that we envision this as a process that leads to some sort of permanent committee. What is in the permanent committee? How it's structured? What the nature of that? I think all of that should be up for grabs. But I do think we should give the ad hoc committee the direction that we want them to come back with a recommendation. It will then ultimately be in our laps what we do with it, whether we pass it, whether we change it. It will ultimately come back to city council, but I want to be clear that that is direction to the ad hoc committee. And it feels like walking back an important commitment that at least I feel like I have made over the past several months, that I believe that there should be some sort of permanent committee, and that or at least that we want to see a recommendation to that effect. So that's why I'll be a no, but I think I certainly wouldn't blame other counselors for voting yes on this. I think it's a reasonable thing to debate.
Okay, seeing no more hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote on the amendment to the amendment. And that fails with noes being Ken Cruz, Black, Sharazai, Sinks, I, Cruz, and Lowe. So moving on then to the original amendment. Do we have any other comments on the original amendment? Okay, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 9 yeses, 2 noes, the noes being LeBure and Ryan. All right, that was section 7. Any others in 7? Moving on to 8 or 9. Are you looking? Do you think you got one? Okay. I have a quick question, maybe more administrative in nature. I'm curious if we're going to run into any issues with, we have one of the, what page is it on? On the second page in section 3, the term of the ad hoc committee shall be through 12 months after the committee is appointed. Then on page 2 in section 7, we have a report that is written and due within 12 months of convening. And then in section 8, a report no later than 12 months the committee is seated. I see a possibility where the committee actually expires before the report is completed.
I would suggest that you make a motion to amend so that all provisions have standard language. So, for example, all references to the term of the ad hoc committee shall begin at the date of the first meeting or the initial convening of the meeting. And then we'll just go back and make those changes throughout.
Okay. Do you mind making a motion?
I would make a motion then that all prevailing language matches regarding this appointment of the committee and their subsequent action items.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any conversation? Seeing none, please go ahead and cast your votes. That passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Final ask, any amendments? All right. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. The next vote would be for the resolution as amended. Please cast your vote. And that passes 10 yeses and 1 no, the no being LeBure. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That was a lot of work, I know, for many of you that are here in the audience. It was a very significant amount of work for many of us up here, most notably Councilor Isabel Cruz and Jesslyn Sharazai. And thank you, staff, for all the hours that you likewise put into us getting over the finish line on our new ad hoc committee. So with that, we will move on to item 8. Will the clerk please read items 4C and 88 into the record?
Items 4C, R 2026, -7, approving a refund pursuant to Colorado Constitution, Article 10, Section 20 of taxes collected pursuant to City of Lakewood Ordinance O-1996-43 and O-2015-3, authorizing a tax on business and occupation of telecommunications services provided to residents of the City of Lakewood. And item 8A, second reading and final. Second reading and public hearing on O-2026-1, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the 2026 annual budget up to an amount of $42,154,189 from the general fund for payment of a refund of business and occupation tax, and authorizing a transfer from the Tabor fund to the general fund in the amount of $29,035,127.
Thank you. All right, with that, we have a staff presentation. While Ms. Bjorklund is getting up here and prepared to speak, of course, now my computer decides to really go to sleep. I want to give a little bit of background on this because it's a very, well, welcome to tonight. It is a night full of lots of complicated issues that we're talking about tonight. So a little background on the B&O tax, just historically speaking. I'll give you a chronological order, and we will go through. We're getting a good staff presentation tonight. Council has asked a lot of questions. We have prepared, I'm sure, plenty of information about that. But going back to almost the genesis of Lakewood. Back in 1969, the city of Lakewood created this business and occupation tax that covered telephone usage. But it only applied at that time, the only phone provider was Bell, and that's what applied to. In 1993, as many of you may know, voters then approved the Tabor constitutional amendment. Then in 1996, so 3 years later, the city of Lakewood modified its B&O tax, that business and occupation tax, to comply with new state and federal mandates that required that taxing telephone providers the same, irrespective of technology, that allowed for telephone usage. Lakewood made that change without a Tabor vote, as there was no intent to increase taxes. In fact, at that time, it didn't increase for several years. Again, this change was made to come into compliance with state and federal law. In 2015, the city reduced its B&O tax because of the increase in phones brought about by these lovely cell phones that all of us are sitting with this evening. And had caused the increase of that tax to be at an unanticipated rate. So at that point, it was reduced. The court ruling last year basically said that any revenue that was collected by virtue of this business and occupation tax was not allowed to be collected, making that, by definition, Tabor funds. We were not allowed to collect that for decisions that none of us sitting either in front of us here or up here on the dais, we cannot say, but decisions were made at the time with the best information available by all parties involved. So wanted to open up that dialogue with a little bit of the backstory, because I know that can be lost in 30-second clips on the news or quick little articles that we might be reading online. That's all I have to say about that, Ms. Bjorklund. I'll go ahead and hand the floor over to you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So this presentation, let me just check that I can move it. Okay. This presentation is intended to provide the background, communicate what actions have been taken and the next steps. I can skip the background part if you would like, since
unless you want to add any more color.
Trauma already covered it. So you covered pretty much everything that's on this slide with what's happened in each of the years. Just to give a little more information on the federal, state, and Tabor. What has happened During that period of time, there were federal and state regulations put into place, and the federal government passed the Telecommunication Act of 1996. This act changed federal definition relating to telecommunication and also prohibited state and local regulations of telecommunication that act as a barrier to entry for new providers providing telecom services. Also in 1996, the state of Colorado passed its own telecom legislation that specifically required any existing tax or change on telecom by applying neutrality to compare forms of providing the service. The state specifically instructed local government to either extend the tax or repeal it if necessary to comply with the neutrality requirement. In 1992, Tabor imposed an advanced voter approval requirement for any new tax. So now to dive a little deeper into it, in 1996, the amendment to Lakewood's B&O tax created a per line rate, which was established from the existing incumbent charge divided by the incumbent provider's number of users. This per line rate was then applied to any new business that provided telecom services in the city. When the ordinance was passed, the city specifically stated that it was anticipating new businesses would enter into the telecom market. The city also specifically referred to the requirement that telecom taxes must be neutral. It appeared from the circumstances that the city was trying to comply with the state and federal law that was passed in 1996. It also appeared from the circumstances the city did not believe this amendment constituted a new tax under Tabor. The city did not collect any new revenue from 1996 amendment until 2000 because there weren't new businesses that started until 2000. So over time, the telecom industry changed significantly. Telecom services evolved from providing physical lines to mobile and cellular technology. The city again amended the B&O tax in 2015 to clarify that providers of cellular and mobile telecom were subject to the tax. The city also amended the way the rate was applied. Instead of calculating the rate based on Mountain Bell users, the 2015 per line rate was made applicable to all telecom companies. By amending the way the rate was applied, the city effectively reduced the per line rate in 2016 by 38%, below what the rate would have been on the previous method under the 1996 ordinance. So as part of the city's review of revenue collection, staff routinely check for possible areas of tax non-compliance. It was discovered that some telecom companies were not paying the B&O tax. Metro PCS, now Metro by T-Mobile, was issued a letter indicating that they were deficient in remitting taxes for the provision of telecommunication services. Metro PCS sued and the case proceeded to Jefferson County District Court. The court determined that the city had implemented a new tax in 1996 and 2015, and therefore the vote was required. Because no vote occurred, the court determined that the city's 1996 and 2015 amendments were invalid and any tax collected pursuant to those ordinances or collected in violation of Tabor. This slide shows the actions that were required by the court ruling. The city is required to refund B&O tax plus 10%. interest for 4 full years before initiation of the lawsuit until collection ends. This means from year 2018 through 2025, because the lawsuit was initiated in 2022. 4 years before that is 2018, and collection of B&O tax stopped in 2025. The city also required to cease collection of illegally imposing B&O tax and reimburse attorney fees and court costs. There's 177 companies that paid B&O tax during 2018 through 2025. So the staff actions that have been taken so far through Lakewood's tax system, companies remitting B&O tax were notified to stop submitting the tax. As of November 2025, companies are no longer able to submit B&O tax payments through the tax system. The attorney's fees were paid through the claims budget. The telecom company's registered agent or principal representative was identified for each of the 177 businesses. A letter was sent to the representatives on December 3rd, and they were given 60 days for response. The businesses have also been sent 2 reminders through the tax system. So company information is being gathered and data confirmed. As of today, the city has received information from 23 telecom companies, and the payout for these businesses is estimated at $9.9 million. Each refund will be issued once information is provided, verified, and the budget is available. Frequently asked questions and a form letter to start the process for individuals to contact their telecom companies to ask for a refund can be found at lakewoodco.gov/customer info. Updates will be posted to the website as new information becomes available. Staff are also responding to phone calls, emails, and in-person visits. Staff anticipates there will be cases where we cannot reach businesses. They have gone out of business, they haven't submitted their information, or there isn't agreement on the amount. In these cases, staff are keeping a detailed spreadsheet of all of the contacts and discussions that are happening and are occurring with the telecom businesses. It will be determined later what are the next steps for resolving these specific cases. Legal options are currently being explored. The total amount estimated for B&O refund is $42 million. The ordinance under review by the City Council tonight is for adding $42 million in expense to the 2026 budget, up to $29 million to be transferred from the Tabor Fund and to the general fund. Now I will address why these amounts and why these funds. So the estimated $42.1 million total settlement amount is based on receiving B&O tax collected from 2018 through 2025 for the 177 identified businesses, totaling approximately $29 million, plus estimated 10% interest costs of $13.1 million. This is on average approximately $3.6 million in revenue per year for B&O tax. So I am going to move to the next slide and I'm going to explain this first and then talk through the slide. This is not actually on the website. We added this just recently, and this will be updated on the website for the revised presentation. So because the court ruling invalidated the B&O tax, the revenue collected under it is treated as if it never legally existed and should not have been included in the city's Tabor retained revenue in the first place. Therefore, the amount the Tabor Fund should have received between 2018 and 2025 had to be recalculated based on the revenue received during those years without B&O tax revenue. Accordingly, the proposed ordinance reflects up to $29 million to be transferred from the Tabor Fund to correct the error in allocating unlawfully collected revenue in the Tabor Fund. Since the B&O revenue solely goes to the general fund, the illegally collected B&O tax that is returned from the Tabor Fund and remaining $13.1 million in interest will need to be paid out of the general fund. So looking at this visual, you can see on the left-hand side is the revenue that I was talking about of what we calculated before the Metro PCS case. So this shows in the blue section is all the revenue except for the B&O tax revenue that we received from 2018 through 2025. So the gold or yellow section is the B&O tax that was received during that time period. So everything that is above that dotted line that says Tabor limit is what was transferred over to the Tabor Fund each year in 2018 through 2025. And on average, that was $9.8 million. So we had to recalculate how much could be transferred over to the Tabor Fund because of this ruling. So you can see on the right-hand side, if we take out the B&O tax, how much should have gone to the Tabor Fund for those years. On average, it is $6.2 million per year. So you can see that set portion that's above the Tabor limit. I'm happy to answer questions when I'm done with my presentation. The legitimate Tabor retained revenue, which is that section, which is about $6.2 million per year, which is what's left over after the transfer out of the B&O tax revenue, will only be used for the intended purposes that were approved by the voters. And I will go back to the other slide. So Finance is continuing to evaluate the impact on current budget, funding balances, and future revenue. Staff does not have a final plan for the proposed 2026 budget change to adjust for the impact of this settlement, but staff do have some high-level information for you tonight on proposed budget changes. So currently, there is no plans to impact operations and staffing due to the settlement. The focus from the staff has been on savings from 2025 budget, reserves, and one-time projects. The illegal B&O revenue dollars to be transferred from the police Tabor, excuse me. The illegal B&O revenue dollars to be transferred from the Police Tabor Fund will come from the fund balance reserve, so there is no proposed change for the Police Tabor budget. The proposed budget changes for the Parks and Open Space Tabor is to reduce the 2026 acquisition budget, delay the Porter Park project to 2027, and use the remainder would be fund balance. The proposed budget changes for infrastructure Tabor are in the following areas: delays for replacing existing traffic signals, West Line Bridge lightning savings, US 6 and WADS IGA grant match to be postponed, and delay Colfax water main. The $13.1 million for interest in is proposed to come from the general fund, operations 2025 savings, and general fund reserve. Staff will provide a more detailed list of the proposed adjustments to the 2026 budget once it's available. So City Council is being asked to take action on the resolution and the ordinance to amend the 2026 budget. Why these actions are important is the City Council to consider 10% interest for the B&O settlement will no longer continue to accumulate with the resolution approval. Interest will continue to increase liability by approximately $240,000 per month if the resolution is not approved. Additionally, the ordinance will need to be approved so that the city can start refunding the tax. That's it.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Councillor Nystrom, then Councillor Sinks.
Yes, just to clarify on the list of projects that are going to be delayed, when that list is finalized, what is next steps? That's going to come back to council? It's going to come back to the budget committee? What is the next step there?
That's actually up to the council, what path you would like to take. We can bring it back. We can bring it to the budget and audit committee, whichever path you want to take. Eventually, we will need to have a supplemental, so that will come back to the council.
Councillor Sinks.
Might I also ask questions of the attorney to not, yes, okay. Mr. Vander Schloot.
Van Landschoot.
Van Landschoot, thank you. I know you worked very hard on this case when you presented to court. Could you just walk us through some of your work, your all your preparation, and how you thought the outcome might be, etc. Okay.
Sure. This case was years in the making, and it was a lot of collaboration between not just myself, but other members of the city attorney's office. Specifically in working on the appeal, we consulted and paid a private firm, Butler Snow, who have experts in municipal finance and Tabor that were working closely with us. They also brought in members of their appellate team that worked with us to prepare the briefs. We consulted with a former justice of the Colorado Supreme Court in preparing our arguments. This was basically my full-time job for several months. And And ultimately, we felt really strong about our position. Hindsight is 2020, and I think it's easy to second guess what happened, knowing the outcome of this case. But the reality is, the city in 1996 and 2015 was faced with a state law that said, if you have a tax on telecommunications companies, you have to apply that neutrally. And so I think they were in good faith trying to apply that law. The state law that required the existing tax to be extended to other forms of telecommunications providers didn't say you have to submit this to voters. It said if you have to submit this to voters, you should do that. If you can extend the tax without submitting it to voters, you should do that. And so the reality is there was nothing in case law before this case that said if you amend a tax that's been in existence for 30 years, you might be creating a new tax. So this case did create new law. It was a difficult a difficult decision to reckon with. But it wasn't for lack of preparation. It wasn't for lack of good faith on the part of the city.
Councillor Ryan, then Councillor Furman.
This is probably faint praise coming from a trademark and copyright attorney, but I did have the opportunity to read the briefs that were submitted to the Colorado Supreme Court, and I thought you guys did a great job. I would have ruled for you, and not just because I'm biased, but just based on some other experiences. I think very highly of what was presented to the Colorado Supreme Court, and I think they still got it wrong. With that said, if I could ask a question to our finance gurus. So in a very large sense, at a very high level, the city collects a sum of taxes, and they get to use a certain amount of those for the general funds, and some of them have to go into the Tabor Fund, correct?
Anything that is over the Tabor limit would go into the Tabor Fund.
And if, let's say an auditor at some point said, we went back and we looked at your calculations, and we think, city, you did it wrong and you didn't pay enough into the Tabor Fund. Let's say you're short $10 million. We would have to pay $10 million into the Tabor Fund.
Correct.
And if the auditor had the opposite conclusion and said, hey, you overpaid into the Tabor Fund by $10 million, we would have to take that $10 million out.
That's correct.
And so that's what's happening here, right, is instead of an auditor telling us that we made a miscalculation, we have a court that said you paid too much into that Tabor Fund. And just like the auditor, we're required to true that up. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. And our auditors will check that.
And so this is not just a matter of convenience. This isn't just a matter of, oh, well, we're going to take the money from the Tabor Fund. We're required to take it from the Tabor Fund, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because too much money, according to the court, went into the Tabor Fund.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I think, when I went into this initially, I was a little concerned that, why are we taking money out of the Tabor Fund? And when you drill down into it, we don't have a choice. The money has to come out of the Tabor Fund because the court said too much money was paid into the Tabor Fund. Is that accurate?
The court said that we collected too much money.
And then, therefore, because we collected too much money ended up going into the Tabor Fund.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Furman.
My question is going to be fairly obvious, but it ties on to what Councillor Ryan was saying. And essentially, all these funds, it's not as though they're discrete based on an annual way. These funds exist and the money flows in. It's not like you spend every dime of the Tabor Fund every year. This is across years, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor LeBure.
Thanks, Mayor.
I was just going to piggyback a little bit on what Councilor Ryan was asking about. So are you saying there's no other way we could have cut this up? I mean, could you, instead of taking money from the Tabor Fund, is there another strategy we could have used? Like take more money from the general fund or do some sort of vacancy savings or take out a loan? Is there other strategies that we could have done?
You would still have to transfer the money from the Tabor Fund, but because it's been overpaid. But you could have the actual payout of the $42 million from the general fund. It's just money from the general fund.
Okay. And thanks for that. I guess sort of piggybacking on that, did you guys look at all sorts of other different strategies, and what did that process look like? When you guys were thinking about how you would want to look at trying to pay this?
The way we looked at it was where did the B&O money go, and that's what we need to return. And the B&O rent money goes 100% to the general fund. It does not go to any other fund. And the only place it moves from the general fund to is the Tabor Fund.
Great. Thanks for that. And I guess to piggyback a little bit on what Councilor Nystrom said about council being able to take a look at some of the projects, is that something we can just ask for here and you feel comfortable with that, or is that something that should be in the resolution as an amendment?
I think you can just tell us what you're looking for. We will need to at one point bring back either a supplemental or as part of the revised budget.
Because I think it might be a good idea or maybe a good strategy for our budget and audit committee or other, just to, weigh in, give some feedback on just kind of what you guys are looking at. So that'd be my suggestion. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai, then Councilor Lowe.
There's 177 businesses. Is there any estimation of how many maybe aren't accepting the refund or maybe are no longer in business? Do we have that idea yet?
We don't have an estimate, but I can tell you that it's been almost 60 days, which they were originally notified, and we only have had 23.
So after the 60-day period, is it true that we hold the money for 12 months, but at the end of those 12 months, we go back to the courts and say, we've done what we hope to do, we've offered this refund, and if we haven't heard from the other, don't make me do that math, 40, what happens then? Or is there a world in which the courts release us from the penalty for the remaining?
Really, that's going to be an evaluative process. We initially notified businesses that they had 60 days to get back to us to try and get things moving. But really, at some point, it will be a determination of the city and of this body. Have we done enough to effectuate a reasonable method of refunding this money? So at some point, it will be back before you. Staff will bring to the body, this is what we've done. And we'll be asking for some sort of a budget issue to essentially resolve the refund at some point in time. But that's really a matter of what type of response we get from businesses and when we felt we've done enough.
Councilor Lowe, then Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, and thanks so much to staff for this really comprehensive presentation. I appreciate it. I wanted to take just a minute or two to put this whole thing in context, because I think a lot of people in the community, understandably, have seen the headlines. Supreme Court judgment, $42 million, and there's an understandable frustration and a sense that something must have been mishandled or mismanaged, right? That's certainly the concern that has been raised to me. The mayor kind of already covered some of this, and our CFO just did a fabulous job laying this out. But for folks sort of following along at home, it might be useful to just kind of put this in layperson's terms for a second. Lakewood had a business and occupation tax on phone utilities on landlines that was put in place in 1969, a solid 23 years before Tabor existed, right? And then Colorado goes along in 1992 and passes Tabor. Taxpayer Bill of Rights requires voter approval for new taxes going forward. 1996, turns out there's a new technology that's starting to evolve. It's called cell phones, right? And both the federal and state government passed laws directing Lakewood to basically say you can't apply a fee just to landlines and not to cell phones because technology changes. So Lakewood's in a bind, right? We could just repeal the tax completely, but you can understand why the city didn't want to just like wipe away a tax that had been on the books for, at that point, basically 30 years. And so instead, the city is trying to do the responsible thing and say, okay, well, cell phones didn't exist in 1969 unless you were in some sort of secret operative in the military. Why don't we take this existing fee and apply it to this new technology that didn't exist in 1969? Seems reasonable. And by the way, the state's requiring us to do that, right? So that's what they did in 1996. 19 years later, 2015 happens, right? And at this point, the problem is that because of the way the fee has been tagged, the cell phone fee is going up because it's been tied to landlines. And the landline fee is going up because the people using landlines have been dropping. So the city says, gosh, if we stay on autopilot, this cell phone fee is going to keep going up. Let's provide people some relief. So city council takes a vote in 2015 to say, why don't we untether the cell phone fee from the landline fee so that it doesn't keep going up? And I will say that roll call vote, which the city clerk helpfully provided to me today, was pretty uncontroversial. It was 9 yes with 2 absent. And such sort of liberal tax-happy hotheads as Ramey Johnson and Dave Wickman were 2 of the 9 votes in favor of this resolution. They were 2 of the 9 votes. All 9 people present voted yes. That's how uncontroversial this was. People on the right, people on the left, everyone across the board thought this was a reasonable thing to do. This was 2015. Okay, so this was not an action that this council took. It wasn't an action that the last council took, the council before that, the council before that. This was 11 years ago, and it was a reasonable action to try to untether the cell phone tax from the landline tax so that it didn't keep going up. Now, Mr. Van Lanschut, did I totally mischaracterize in terms? I know I sort of didn't provide it with the normal legal rigor, but is what I just provided a rough justice narrative of what happened over the last 50 years?
I take no issue with what you just stated.
Okay, thank you. So that's what happened. And because of the nature of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, the Supreme Court goes in. Our team here does the best possible argument they can that this fee shouldn't, that Lakewood, it doesn't count as a new tax. But the Colorado Supreme Court made a determination, and they disagreed with that. To be totally honest with you, after looking at this whole thing, I don't actually fault the Supreme Court. I fault Tabor. I'm not saying that Tabor shouldn't exist, but I am saying that Tabor, as it's currently written, it seriously underscores why Tabor puts Colorado local governments in a fiscal straitjacket, rendering effective, nimble, dexterous good government virtually impossible. Because this is exactly what you want. Don't you want governments changing policy to adapt to technology? You don't want phone regulations in 2026 that are written for phones that people have in 1969, do you? You want to be able to adapt to the evolving technology. Let's just use one other analogy. Suppose that city government imposed a fee for writing a contract, right? And let's say that was an existing fee that existed. And every time someone wrote a contract, maybe they pay $2 as a fee to the city. Turns out we have this new technology in the last couple of years called AI. Now let's imagine AI starts churning out contracts. And now maybe like every time you use AI to do a contract, there's a $2 fee. It's an example of technology evolving, right? It might result in an increase in revenue, but it's not a new tax. So to me, what this shows is that we have a policy on the books in Colorado that is extremely inflexible in that it doesn't allow Lakewood to do the reasonable thing of taking an existing tax, that in this case predated Tabor by 23 years, and updating it with the times to apply to evolving new technology. And as a result of this thing that's on the books now, our city is now dealing with this really unfortunate effect of having to deal with an up to, hopefully it won't actually be that much as the Mayor Pro Tem just pointed out, but an up to $42 million price tag. Now, I want to call out, by the way, our CFO and our city manager. They've actually been extremely thoughtful and even cautious about our budgeting over the last couple of years. And as a result of that caution and that sort of that fiscal conservatism, which I've sometimes actually, to be honest with you, been a little grumpy about. I've actually suggested in the past that maybe we should be spending money a little bit more. But I was wrong, because they've been such sort of thoughtful stewards of our dollars. We're actually in a pretty good position, all in all, to absorb this. Now, one other quick comment on the Tabor Fund. People, I do understand why people are coming in saying this is a bait and switch because you're taking the money out of the Tabor Fund. But folks, the money was, the Colorado Supreme Court, we didn't take it out of the Tabor Fund. The Colorado Supreme Court did. The Colorado Supreme Court went back and said all that money that was going to the Tabor Fund, it wasn't supposed to be there. So if you want to write a letter to someone saying why isn't the money in the Tabor Fund, write a letter to the Colorado Supreme Court, a polite letter, because they are justices and we want to be respectful of the rule of law. But that's why the money isn't in the Tabor Fund. There's nothing we can do about it. The money was redirected by the Colorado Supreme Court, and we're in the business of following the law. So I just wanted to sort of put in context why this is happening, and put some of the headlines that folks have been reading in context. And that's all I have to say about that.
Councilor Icruz.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Lowe, for helping us stay engaged on the B&O tax at 10:34 p.m. It's maybe a dry topic for some, but not for you, and thanks for inspiring us with your passion, which I appreciate and is invigorating me. I just had a couple of questions that I wanted to check in on briefly. For the timing of the case, I know you put it up there, but can you remind us when this decision came down?
It was September of last year.
Right, and when were we designing our budget? Right, and we were voting on it pretty soon after that as well. And so I just bring that up to say, because I know there had been some questions about whether this came up in Budget and Audit Board, and for folks who did come and join us or who were sitting on the committee, know that we talked about the initial implications of this, but we're told many times, despite much prompting, we need to figure out these calculations before we give you anything, because this is very complicated. And I think the discussion tonight has underscored how complicated that was, and honestly how impressive it is that we have these calculations in this amount of time. So thank you all for your work on that. And I look forward to hopefully getting the opportunity to discuss some of the implications of what this means for upcoming projects. But from the initial reports, it seems like it's also been able to be navigated in a way that we're still delivering very very impressively on so many of the commitments we're still making in our budget, even with this big, complicated and unforeseen outcome. So just wanted to outline that and just underscore maybe some of the timing of that, and that it did come up, but we really didn't understand what it meant until now, and we know why now because it was so complicated. So thank you all for showing us why some of the tactics in the budget, as Councilor Lowe spoke to, were the right thing to do at that time. The other question I just wanted to ask really briefly about, since it's just come up in comment quite a bit, is regarding the refunds for customers. I know that that has some technical challenges, but just wanted to learn a little bit more about that, since many people have seen this as a line item in their phone bills over the years, and what that means and what we should tell our constituents.
The refund comes from the text of Tabor, which states that you refund to the taxpayers. This particular tax was lodged against the businesses. There may be instances where those businesses had contracts with their customers and they passed on a per line fee. But as far as our obligation and our right to enforce any agreement that they might have had between the business and the customer, we don't have any ability to enforce that refund. In the process, the methodology that we are carrying out at the moment, we have indicated to businesses that they may be required to repay their customers. We are asking them if they pass the fee on, how they intend to repay those customers. But in terms of legal enforcement, that's really between the businesses and the customers.
That's helpful. Thank you for walking us through that. And so our message to folks as we continue to get the word out on this will then be that you can find out more information from your your telecommunications service provider, whatever that means in the time that we're talking about it, and kind of enforce your legal rights that way.
The other resource is the Lakewood co.gov / customer info, which has FQ, frequently asked questions, and then also a form letter that they could use to start the conversation.
Do we anticipate that Lakewood is the only city that will be impacted by this?
The specific factual scenario isn't, I would say it's not as pervasive as you might think. But there are other entities, certainly they're not wanting to be publicly named, but there are other municipalities that had similar legal conundrums.
Thank you. I have no more hands up. So we have, back to this common thread of tonight's meeting being a little complicated. This was part of what we're getting ready to vote on was what was pulled from the consent agenda. So for item 4C, that was the portion that was regarding the refund pursuant to this article of the Colorado State Constitution. I don't have anyone that was signed up to speak on consent agenda. I also don't have anyone that has signed up to speak on item 8A, which is ordinance 2026-1, the actual supplemental appropriation of this. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this topic? Okay, Lenore, do you want to go ahead and if you can go ahead, why don't you approach, go ahead and speak, and then hit it up, Mr. Rob, and he'll get you signed in.
Do you want me to speak first?
Yes, please.
And hit him up?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lenore Herskovitz, Ward 1. I didn't even prepare anything, but my concern is this case was going on for a long time, and people knew about it for a long time. We as the public didn't know anything till January 8th, and this was a ginormous amount. It also seemed like the city was not very well prepared for a catastrophe like this. Yes, they hoped they'd win, but in 2024, they knew that they'd lost in district court and they were appealing it. In the name of transparency, it would be nice to know things sooner rather than later. You guys, we gave you, since 2018, you've had our Tabor refunds. We counted on everything going great. By the way, there are also other municipalities that did in fact send it to the voters. So it isn't, I know, Roger, you love to just how great everything is, and the people screaming were not because they agreed with you on Tabor. So, you know, it's sort of hard for us because we get your lecture for, 10 minutes on this, and we had already heard some of it. I think we want more transparency. I think we feel that things are decided long before it comes to the vote, and we're the last to know. So I would appreciate if, going forward, you have your retreat coming up. I've watched for 4 of these, the same goals all the time. Let's change some of this. Let's really not feel like things are decided before we even get here, you know? The people just feel like we know too late in the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, why don't we start with a motion on item 4C, please? That's resolution 2026-7.
Mayor, I move for the adoption of resolution 2026-7.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other council conversation on this topic? Or shall we vote? Councilor Nystrom.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because, you know, Councilor LeBure and myself both brought this up. Do we need to make a motion to request a workshop or a review of the projects that you're examining for delay? Or is that just an understood?
I guess the best way to respond to that is once we have more clarity in terms of how much the ultimate refund will be, we can do this in written form to you and describe where all of those reductions or cutbacks will be. So if we do that in written form, then we would also post it online. So that's a quick way to be very transparent. Yeah, so we have a preliminary right now, and Holly spoke to that, and we can, as soon as we have it available, we can do that in written form. And then, if you have questions or want to have more conversation, then we can schedule a workshop, or it could be an item on a study session for you to have a broader conversation.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, please go ahead and cast your vote for item 4C. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. May I have a motion, please, for item 8A?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2026-1 on second and final reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other council conversation, question? Seeing none, please go ahead and cast your votes. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Thank you, finance team, for being here tonight and for all of the very arduous work, I'm sure, to go through those numbers. Will the clerk please read item 8B into the record?
Item 8B, second reading and public hearing on ordinance O-2026-2, vacating a portion of right-of-way at 1456 Benton Street, Lakewood, Colorado.
Okay, thank you. And there is not a presentation that will get live this evening. However, there is a presentation on Lakewood Speaks if anyone is interested in seeing that online. I will now open the public hearing for that one, and I do not have anyone signed up to speak on that item. Anyone wish to speak on vacating right-of-way? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Oops, sorry, didn't clear that. So can I please have a motion?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2026-2 on second and final reading.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any council discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Oh, we're missing one. No, we're waiting for Counselor Nystrom. Yeah. All right, that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. The beauties of a 5-hour meeting. Okay, thank you, everybody. And with that, we will go on to item 8B. No, sorry. 8C. So with these, you know, typically with public comment, you come in and speak to that particular agenda item. Back to the theme of tonight, we have a number of items that are really close and kind of blending. So with this, rather than trying to make sure that someone is speaking specifically about repealing the zoning ordinance or specifically about setting an election, what we're doing is we will open the public hearing. You come up regardless of whether you want to speak about repealing or special election, and we're going to have one public hearing that will encompass both options for each of the 4 zoning ordinances. So with that, we're starting with item 8C, and I will go ahead and call forward Regina Hopkins, Gail Ryan, and then Nick Munden.
Regina Hopkins, Ward 5. We've heard the words affordable housing over and over, especially as you pushed citywide legislative rezoning. It's become a powerful phrase. It's also become a weaponized marketing slogan used against people who care about preserving neighborhood character, mature trees, land preservation, and quality of life. If you replace the word affordable with what it really means, it's densification for densification's sake. And yet, you keep using that term to prey on the fears of those most vulnerable, people looking for housing stability and a real chance at home ownership. This is policy theater under the name of affordable housing. Those of us who've done the deep research know better. The wave of densification has nothing to do with affordable housing. It's a marketing slogan, a cover story, because who would oppose affordable housing? The ordinances you pass do not require any developer to build a single affordable home, not one. Nothing about these ordinances creates affordability. Calling them that misleads the public and violates trust, because it simply isn't true. Then comes the argument we've all heard. If we add more homes, costs will drop. That has already been debunked. Tens of thousands of units have already been added across the Denver metro area over the last decade. Has any of it improved affordability? No. Will adding another 10,000 high-priced rentals give struggling families a real path towards homeownership? No again. You're erasing everything that made Lakewood great, gaslighting the public, consolidating your power, and rewarding billionaire developers. We all remember Kyroy out of Texas, who decimated the ambiance of Belmar Park last year, cutting mature trees, killing wildlife, all during nesting season. Kyroy never intended to build a single affordable unit. This project only gets them richer while expanding your tax base and voter base. This isn't about affordable housing. This is about protecting your power, your developer allies, and ignoring the residents who live here. You're flat out lying to the public, making promises about affordable housing you cannot and will never deliver. This referendum must go to a vote of the people. I did not spend 2 months standing outside in freezing temperatures, being harassed while gathering signatures for this council to block democracy. Let the people decide. And I sincerely hope you won't rely on your misleading campaign tactics or wealthy investor funding to distort public understanding like you did with our Tabor money. This city belongs to the people, not developers, not investors, and not politicians who only care about holding power for themselves.
Gail Ryan. I'm going to back up to my ask that we please keep audible down so that we can hear everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Gail
Ryan.
Ryan, 13th and Garrison. When I thought about what I wanted to say tonight, I know that a lot of what you're gonna hear from others. But when I spoke to you before you voted on the last part of the code, I told you that when I saw the map, I did not feel respected, because the map showed not only a lack of respect for the neighborhoods you represent, but also a lack of really knowing those neighborhoods. Morse Park, Iberhood, Meadowlark, Twin Creeks, South Lakewood, and beyond. Those neighborhoods already have more diversity and variety of housing options than you recognize and give us credit for. Duplexes and small apartment buildings along the edges of our existing communities. But the integrity and stability of the core of those neighborhoods has been preserved because of the people who live in and have protected them for more than 50 years as the challenges of growth have come to all of us. Protecting and preserving what makes Lakewood uniquely different and appealing in a large metropolitan city. What has become apparent in the council's reactions to those people stepping up to inform our neighbors what most did not know was happening with the new code and succeeding in bringing about this referendum has been the complete lack of trust the council has in us as people, as your community. You were entrusted by your election to protect the communities you serve and to reflect the people's values. And many people, as we collected signatures, were saying, what is the council thinking? What happened to them? Does not sound like the people we voted for. But you were entrusted by your election, but you have shown that trust was either misplaced or has been violated, and it is those who are not trustworthy who in turn then distrust others. The motives, the commitment and love of Lakewood the petitioners have represented with this referendum. I urge you to put this to a ballot and then get to know those you represent and listen to them and walk those neighborhoods and know what's really there. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Munden. And then James Bunch, and then Peter Kristanak.
Sorry. All right. Friends, neighbors, and residents of Lakewood, we stand at a crossroads. For over a year, City Hall has been the site of a fierce debate about the future of our city, about what our neighborhoods should look like, and who they are for. Recently, City Council passed a massive overhaul of our zoning code, effectively eliminating single-family zoning, in favor of a new classification called residential dwellings, but thousands of you signed petitions to challenge that decision, likely triggering a special election in the spring. When we head to the ballot box, we aren't just voting on ordinances, we are voting on two very different visions of Lakewood. Let's look first at the argument for keeping these zoning laws. Proponents, including many on the City Council and housing advocates, argue that this is a necessary evolution. We say that Lakewood is facing a housing crisis. Our children, our teachers, and our essential workers can no longer afford to live in the city they serve. By allowing middle housing, duplexes, triplexes, and accessory dwelling units in traditional single-family areas, we increase the supply of housing. The logic is simple. More options mean more affordability. Supporters argue that the old zoning laws were exclusionary, designed for a different era, and that smart density prevents sprawl, protects the environment, and reducing commutes, and ensures that property owners have the right to do what they wish with their own land. A yes vote is a vote for inclusivity and modernization. On the other side, we have neighbors who gathered those signatures. Their argument is rooted in preservation and infrastructure. Opponents argue that these changes were rushed and radical. They fear that eliminating single-family zoning will destroy the unique, quiet suburban character that drew many of us to Lakewood in the first place. They point to practical realities, parking, traffic, and water. Can our streets handle the extra cars? Can our infrastructure handle the density? They argue that this isn't about helping the poor, it's a giveaway to developers who will tear down affordable starter homes to build expensive luxury townhomes, actually raising prices while crowding our schools and streets. A no vote is a vote to protect our quality of life and demand that growth happens responsibly, not recklessly. Both sides are right about one thing. Lakewood is changing. We cannot freeze time. The state of Colorado is growing, and we are anyway, but the question is, you must answer, how do we grow? Do we rip the Band-Aid off and embrace the density to tackle affordability head on? Or do we tap the brakes insisting that we preserve our open spaces and neighborhood feel, even if it means housing remains scarce? This vote is not just about NIMBYs versus YIMBYs. It's about finding the balance between the character of our past and the needs of our future. When you cast your vote, look beyond the rhetoric, look at your street, look at your neighbors, and decide which version of Lakewood you want to come home to. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe I didn't say it correctly. James Bunch. Do we have a Mr. Bunch? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is James Bunch. I live here in Lakewood. I had the pleasure of attending a meeting of the petitioners last week, and I learned an awful lot. I had read a lot about these two ordinances, and having been on a planning commission myself, I'm not sure why this would have gotten out of your planning commission. I mean, basically, part of the planning commission's responsibilities is to protect the existing homeowners, and you can't be changing the rules in the middle of the game and expect them to accept whatever the vision is that you were trying to present here. But anyway, what I was going to say about that committee is I think they were very knowledgeable, very on top of it, and basically I understand you got openings on your planning commission. I think you got some great people there if you look around, because they worked hard. What they did is pretty amazing, and they probably are do their due. And so what I would say, if you do repeal, which I believe you should, both of those ordinances, you probably should send them back to your planning commission and then let the petitioners and other people come and talk at the planning commission, because I think you folks would have a very difficult time correcting the errors in those ordinances. I watched you tonight, and you did a very good job on that one, but I'm just saying, I think this needs to go back. It needs public comment. These people worked really hard. They should get their input, and I don't think you guys I don't think the council is the best place to do it. I think it needs to go back to the planning commission and let those people come have their say and correct those obvious errors that are in both of those ordinances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Christnock, then Shane Sarnak, then Linda Geese.
Hi, my name is Shane Sarnak, and I live in Ward 3. I completely disagree with the assessment that the new zoning code would be something that harms existing homeowners. I am one. I bought my house with a friend of mine during COVID, and it has changed our lives. We have a four bedroom split level home. He lives upstairs and I live in the basement. And it's allowed us to share costs and homeowner responsibilities and things in ways that we wouldn't be able to do without this arrangement. We're effectively living in a duplex in a home that's zoned for single family. If the new zoning code were in effect, we could actually turn it into a real duplex and not have to do this weird thing where we actually kind of have two families in there, but we both own the house, right? My wife and I would like to own the house outright. We've been able to save, despite having a situation where my wife's been pursuing a master's degree in theater education and pursuing an acting career, whereas and at the same time, my friend's wife has been pursuing a degree in physical therapy. Like, we're being able to maintain this home on our incomes. It's allowing us to have affordability, and it's allowed us to save. And so what it offers us, if the new zoning were in effect, is it would allow us to use the form of the home that's already there in more ways. It allows us to create more kinds of housing and be more flexible. When someone loses a job or needs to go to school or wants to stay home with the kids, it gives us a lot more opportunity. There's nothing about the new zoning code that allows for the bulldozing of neighborhoods. I've seen the science. It's completely disinformation. The truth is, the new form-based zoning code is so strict about height limits, setback limits, green space limits that the existing neighborhood's not going to change at all. They've been very careful about keeping things the way they can. And look, this is an opportunity for people like me who are young, trying to start a family, to maintain the resiliency of the home. We want to be able to turn it into a true duplex, or even more than that. Like, we want to have the flexibility in our income. By not allowing it to go through, there is no current way in the existing zoning to do what we're trying to do. It's just not possible. And so I believe this needs to go to a vote and needs to be approved. We need to be able to do what we need to be able to respond to the change that's happening to people in all of our situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Geese? Bill? Bill Collum? And then Joy Anderson? Okay. While we're waiting, I just want to, again, please, let's be respectful of each other. Talk to the council if you can, and let's be respectful of each other. We're all here because we really care about this issue, so let's be respectful.
Well, first of all, I'm sure that you're going to be thrilled that I don't have 10 minutes. So that's a good way to start this. I just want to come here. We've been here all night. We don't need to be here forever. I'd like you to send this to a vote. I think it's the only reasonable thing to do, because I think the people need to have a chance to have their say in this. I think there's a lot of support for that on both sides. It's not just the pro-zoning side and the post-zoning side. And I think that, you know, we're a grassroots organization. We disagree with a lot of the things that are in there. We've spent a lot of time looking into this zoning thing. If you have an R16 property, it's probably not going to affect you very much. If you have an old, large lot neighborhood, it's going to affect you a lot. It's going to affect your neighborhood. And one of the things that I have to call out, because it really bothers me, is if you look at the way that the zoning was allocated, I would really like to understand a little bit more, say in Ward 1, how you can have the west side of Garrison be RLA And the right side of Garrison, the exact same neighborhood, the exact same lots, RLC. There's not even a step down. If you go south of 6th Avenue, RLC, huge lots, no smaller than anywhere else. The other thing I often wonder is like, why Lakewood? You talk about Houston, 2 million people. You talk about Portland, that's like 600 some thousand. You talk about Minneapolis, 450,000. You talk about Austin, 1 million. You talk about Lakewood, 150,000 with huge lots. More lots and average square foot per resident than any of those cities do. We don't have a downtown business district. We aren't walkable as much as you want to be walkable. It's not going to happen. It's too big, right? Maybe certain parts of it. Even the mayor of Denver came out and said, I'm not blanket upzoning the entire city. I'm trying to build affordability along a transit line. That doesn't mean you go in every neighborhood that's sustainable, that has a sustainable tree canopy, that has everything that you say that you want, but you're gonna let it basically be developed, and you can say nothing's gonna change, but how many 3-story houses do we have in our neighborhood? 2. That's it. And I got 12 seconds left, so Mr. Lowe, I also wanna say, I really don't appreciate you making derogatory comments about us sitting around, having a beer, and signing people's names on our petition. It was a lot of work. And that is very insulting to everyone that carried a petition. If you're gonna represent, right? Thank you.
Eric Lane. And then Kathy Kennard.
Hi, my name is Kathy Kennard, and I'm in Ward 1. I represent the Daniels-Welchester Neighborhood Association, and it was established more than 40 years ago to represent the interests of residents in our large and inclusive neighborhood. Today, our association represents both homeowners and renters in our diverse neighborhood of single-family homes, duplexes, townhomes, apartments, and income-restricted housing. Within our greater neighborhood, there are 2 areas within the city of Lakewood. Daniels Gardens started as farms and ranches in the early 1900s and provides housing for displaced immigrant population and displaced and immigrant populations beginning in the 1930s and 40s. Today, Daniels Gardens has some 450 homes in an enduring rural setting. Mountain View Estates was built in the 1960s as a traditional suburban neighborhood with some 500 homes, and it remains a vibrant and welcoming community. From August through October of 2025, the Lakewood City Council passed 4 ordinances that rewrote the city's zoning code and rezoned all properties within the city. Property owners in the Daniels Garden and Mountain View Estates were not notified by the city that their properties were being rezoned in a violation of the transparency we expect from our local governments. This prevented individual homeowners from having a say in the decision. While there are a few pockets that were changed, thanks to Councilor Sings, in Daniels Gardens and Mountain View, the new code would allow an extensive, unnecessary increase in the housing density in both Daniels Gardens and Mountain View Estates, doing serious and permanent damage to the character of each. The elimination of on-site parking requirements will compromise the safety and livability of our neighborhoods. The city's stated purpose in enacting new zoning code and map to increase the availability and affordability of housing in the city. Our association strongly supports these goals and would accept an appropriate increase in density to achieve them. But the new code opens up floodgates to uncontrolled growth and remove the ability of citizens to object to inappropriate development proposals. Equally concerning is the new code has no provisions to ensure that any of the new housing built under the code will be affordable. Without these options, the goal of affordability is unlikely to be achieved. Therefore, we as the we as the Board of Directors for the Daniel Welchester Neighborhood Association support the repeal of these 4 zoning ordinances so that the city can draft and enact a new code that will achieve the goals of housing affordability and availability, be done with full transparency, including proper notice to all impacted homeowners, and adequately protect the new character of Daniels Gardens, Mountain View Estates, and Lakewood's other established neighborhoods. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Karen Gorday. And we have pooled time, so I need to confirm John Froger in the room? Yeah, right here. Okay, and Karen Miller? Are you actually Karen Miller? Okay, thank you. And Mary Jansen? Thank you. All right, and we've got 10 minutes. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Karen Gorday. I'm a Ward 5 resident. Tonight is not just about zoning. It is about consent, accountability, and whether Lakewood is governed by the voters or by the staff. Over the past year, we have watched a pattern unfold in this city, not a sudden crisis, but the predictable outcome of years of institutional drift and eroded accountability. Major land use decisions pushed through with almost no public support, financial decisions made without transparency, and a referendum process obstructed by city staff, not necessarily the city clerk, but staff, took 18 days to approve the initial referendum petition, including 3 days to determine whether we could spiral bind versus staple an almost 300-page document. Then, once the city was notified that we had 75% of the signatures needed, a campaign finance violation was filed, and then new forms were suddenly required. For months, staff and a few councilors insisted the zoning overhaul was widely supported, that the public was informed, that the data was clear, and yet those same decisions were justified starting with the strategic housing plan on the basis of surveys with approximately 500 responses. Do you know what the voters thought about that? Because of our validation process and master database, we know more than 6,000 unique registered Lakewood voters signed 4 separate referendums in a matter of weeks. No paid canvassers, no consultants, no polling firms, no PACs, no glossy mailers, just neighbors. From north to south, renters and homeowners, Republicans and Democrats, blue hair to silver sneakers, and everything in between. That's not a small group spreading misinformation. That is called an electorate. In fact, when this began, I told Councilor Lowe people were madder than hornets. And then I came back a few days later and corrected that. And I said, they are madder than a forest fire in August with high winds, and for good reason. They were ignored, they were mocked, they were dismissed as fringe. Councilor Lowe even dressed up as a duplex for Halloween to make fun of his own constituents in the middle of a land use dispute. But the most revealing moment came at the January 12th meeting when Councilor Lowe was extremely disrespectful in how he spoke to the city clerk. He asked whether voters could run a referendum on a crazy ordinance such as banning coffee in Lakewood, and the city clerk answered correctly, yes, because the charter protects the voters' veto power. And then Councilor Lowe asked, can we change that? And the answer to that is no, Councilor Lowe, you cannot change that. Only the voters can. The charter belongs to the voters, not to council, not to staff, and not to the city manager. That is how home rule works. That is how democracy works. And that is why the referendum prevailed. In fact, the charter is also clear on what the ballot language must be if this goes to a special election. And I quote, so that shenanigans can't be pulled around the wording, the ballot for the referred ordinance shall be printed on the ordinance title and the submission clause, and on separate lines under the submission clause, the words in all capitals for the ordinance, and again in all capitals against the ordinance. So So then, on January 13th, Councilor Lowe posted to Facebook, check out the new Make Lakewood Livable Facebook page and their newly launched website. We are virtually certain to have a special election later this spring. Maybe he should stay off of social media. Then on January 14th, while staff and a few councilors were working through consultants' surveys, a coordinated email campaign was sent out claiming that Lakewood housing policy is on the ballot, and the voters are already there. Speaking of coordinated campaigns, Kip Kolkmeyer, in his campaign finance complaint against the referendum petitioners, stated, coordinated effort and electioneering communication. So maybe someone should file a campaign finance violation against him since it was his issues committee that sent out the email. Or instead, is this a violation of the open meeting law? Meanwhile, staff continues to behave as if the zoning has already gone into effect, even though the referendum stopped it. We have watched the planning department bypass or ignore required processes. 2 examples. One is the fencing issue at Royce Industries. And the Action Center is already moving in and remodeling Emory Elementary, even though that use is not allowed under the 2012 zoning code. How many other examples are there? We've watched assumptions been made about uses that are not right under the 2012 code. We have watched public hearings and due process treated as obstacles instead of obligations. And then came the $42 million Tabor ruling from the Colorado Supreme Court, a ruling that exposed a systematic failure of governance in Lakewood. Taken together, these actions resulted in financial loss, legal exposure, democratic exclusion, procedural shortcuts, poor community outreach, and a culture of contempt toward the very people who live here. This did not happen overnight. It happened for years because council stopped governing and started rubber stamping. Staff dictated, council complied, and voters were cut out entirely. Tabor corrected that at the state constitutional level. The referendum corrected it at the municipal level, and tonight you have the opportunity to correct it at the governance level. The referendum demonstrated that Lakewood is engaged and they are no longer complacent, and that it will exercise its rights when necessary. There is no special interest here other than Lakewood itself. The petition signers remain present in this process. They live here, they vote here, and they expect to be heard. The voters want to have their say, and the only choice before you is whether you respect that or resist that. Send the voting to the ballot, fire the city manager with cause, and return this city to the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Dirth. Then Fred Clark, then Deanna Benzenberg. Did he leave? Okay. Sorry, I thought you looked like Tom. Fred Clark? I'm Fred Clark. Okay.
I'm Fred Clark from Ward 2. After living for over 30 years in a tiny lot in Denver, we bought a property in Lakewood with a modest house on 2/3 of an acre. That allowed us space for gardening, had ditch rights for watering. We found out that's why many of our neighbors had moved there. Several have horses. We've got a few chickens. It was the character of that neighborhood that attracted us. That's what we paid for. Although the city council has maintained that they have no plans to alter the character of existing neighborhoods, the council has voted for changes to zoning codes that will, in time, as properties become available, do exactly that. The homeowners in these established neighborhoods are the people that city council is supposed to represent. One councilor who represented our ward excoriated our neighborhood for its history of racism. Well, I'm a newcomer. I've only been there 17 years, so That was news to me. That may not have been a topic that she raised while running for office, but she expressed it on her way out the door to her next job. In these glimpses behind the curtain, it's these glimpses behind the curtain that causes citizens to realize that Lakewood government may not share our dedication to preserving our neighborhoods. That's why neighbors made a great effort to submit over 15,000 signatures to put zoning to a vote of the citizens. We ask you to vote to give us that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna Benzenberg, then Karen Shantz, then Marianne Cure.
Hi there. I've never spoken before, but I've come to several meetings. I'm Deanna Benzenberg. I'm a realtor. I'm in Ward 2, and I'm in Morse Park. And I agree with much of what my neighbors have said, and I have heard that from my neighbors myself as I have gone around personally door to door on my street, on Cody Street. A little bit of history. We have owned our house for 15 years. We initially, when we moved to Denver, we lived in the Highlands. I have seen what densification does to a neighborhood, and it has destroyed a lot of what Highlands was. Edgewater, Sloan's Lake, Berkeley, it goes on and on. You can look and see what has happened. I know as being a realtor that this will not, there's no evidence that I have seen anywhere from the planning committee or from the council saying that and showing any proof that this will actually provide affordable housing. And I know from my own lot, there could be 4 houses where my house is right now. Yes, that will destroy the feel of Cody Street. We moved to the street as we went and we house hunted, saw 43 houses before deciding on this house finally. I went and saw the neighbors outside playing with their dogs, playing with their kids. I know most of my neighbors. There's a park at Morris Park. There's Crown Hill. We have a horse. And yes, all of that matters. Having the red-tailed hawks flying over our house is awesome, and it's great to see. We love the wildlife. We love our huge trees that are older than when the house was probably built. I know, as my predecessor who just spoke, the outgoing Ward 2, who Ms. Black took her place, I know the history because our house was built in 1944. When we went to get a building permit to get a fence and build a fence, I saw that. I was dumbfounded. I wouldn't have thought that it had the racist background. I did not appreciate that implication that we, current residents, by not wanting to change the history and the feel of our neighborhood, are somehow racist by doing that. I didn't appreciate the last meeting with Mr. Lowe's comments, acting, because I saw the people that were, when I was walking my dogs, I saw them out there in the freezing cold getting signatures. I saw them at the library that we go to getting signatures. And yes, this should go to a vote. And we have a right to transparency and that's what I think is a little bit ironic, because that seems to be the theme for this whole night. And every single topic has been transparency. And I beg you to have this go to a vote. And thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Karen Shantz?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Karen Shantz, Ward 2. When this first started coming up, and I heard a few of you speak last spring, I heard that you were trying to keep up with state law, and that for the most part, my memory recalls hearing it's really not going to affect most people. And I wasn't alarmed. And I agree. When I look at it, and I think it's not going to affect most people. If you have a house high on Green Mountain and you have views looking out over the city and you go hiking out your back door, if you are there over Homestead Golf Course, you have views, you probably see the deer romp, you do that. If you buy a home on a cul-de-sac because you want your kids to be able to play out there, you don't want cars speeding by, and you want that kind of a lifestyle, then you probably aren't going to see many changes. Those houses take up half the lot probably very easily right now. You might be able to pop up an ADU on your house. On my house, I bought my house because it had land where I could keep my horse, and a house came with it that was good enough for me to live in. When I bought the house, there were horses next door and diagonal behind me, directly behind me. So my views weren't looking over Green Mountain out on there, looking over a golf course, looking at my kids playing in the street. My views were horses next door, horses in my backyard, big trees, rural atmosphere, and those are the neighborhoods. North of Alameda, east of Kipling, all those neighborhoods which are based upon this kind of lifestyle that we chose to buy into. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ann Keir?
She's not here, but she asked someone to read it. Should I read it?
We could sign you up, and yeah. Then we have Bonnie Nguyen, and then John Goldman. Mr. Rob, do you have a sheet for her to sign up?
I'm always nervous. Good evening. Bonnie Nguyen of Ward 3. Tonight you face a choice. Do you listen to the thousands of residents who signed petitions to have a say in our city's future? Or do you continue to bypass the voters? We are told this radical upzoning is the only way to achieve affordability, but look at the facts. Before this code was even passed, the city was already approving middle housing builds. It was never illegal. It simply required a public process like replatting or rezoning. This new code doesn't legalize housing. It streamlines away the community's right to know what is being built next door until it's too late. The argument is that building high-rate luxury units will trickle down to lower costs. This is a gamble with our neighborhoods that only helps the wealthy get wealthier. The new plan has 0 mandatory affordability rules. Without inclusionary zoning mandates passed first, we are just giving developers a blank check to build luxury units that people can't afford. And as property taxes increases, current residents won't be able to stay. Gentrification begins. We hear the word sustainability constantly, yet in the last 5 years, how many car washes, gas stations, storage warehouses, and drive-thrus have been approved? How do these approve walkability? How do they reduce carbon emissions? What about the school paradox? You claim we need more density to house more people, yet you are systematically liquidating the very schools, Vivian, Glennon Heights, Emory, those people will need eventually. Where will the children from your multiple streamlined 5,000 square foot multi-units go to school? Shall we stuff them into overcrowded classrooms and hope for the best? Or shall we waste more taxpayers' money to buy a new land at the current market rate, which will be super high, and build a school at higher costs? It is deceptive to wrap a developer-first agenda in a green ribbon while the actual land use tells a different story. If we truly wanted affordability and sustainability, we would be talking about community land trusts, where the community owns the land and ensures it stays affordable for as long as the people exist, not hoping for affordability from for-profit private entities. The city and many pro-zoning mindsets say change is coming and we must adapt. But why does adaptation always involve stripping rights from the people and handing them to private entities? For unchecked profits, developers will always build what is most profitable, whether it be single-family housing or multi-units. Are you promising affordability, yet offer no protections for the most affordable housing we already have, like mobile homes and trailer parks community? Are you promising sustainability, yet continue to approve gas station, car washes, and storage warehouses and drive-thrus? Almost done. This isn't about anti-growth, anti-people, or anti-affordability. It's about being anti-deception. It's about the fact, under this code, administrative approval means major projects are decided behind closed doors without a single public
Your
hearing.
time's expired.
Really quick.
Your time is expired. I have
All right.
already let you go.
All right.
Please, thank
Power
you.
belongs to the people.
John Goldman.
Good evening. I'm John Goldman, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Daniels-Walchester Neighborhood Association in Ward 1. What I'd like to speak about tonight is how did we get here? These are, when you have tough issues, it will always create conflict. But I do believe that it did not have to go this far with this much anger and this much animosity. It could have been done better, and it would have had better results. That being said, I'd like to start by taking the Nystrom Pledge. I will do my best to be kind and courteous, but I can't promise that I will abide by that throughout my presentation. For me, it's more of a challenge than a pledge. As you can see, I included and highlighted we can disagree, because I will be doing a lot of disagreeing tonight. So, the repeal effort. Unfortunately, these days, we filter everything through people's political affiliations. Please don't assume who is involved in this. The people involved in this effort are from Lakewood citizens from across the political spectrum. These are people who support the stated goals of more and affordable housing. Do all of them? Probably not, but most of them do. These are citizens who believe their voices were drowned out by those who support high density throughout the city. And they're people who believe they were misled by the city. So how did we get here? Zoning and density are very complicated issues. And when you have complicated and emotional issues, it's incumbent on the city to be full and transparent and honest in their communications, and I believe the city failed in that. The first thing they point to when we point this out is, but look at the huge outreach we did. And we agree, you did, and we commend staff for the effort they put in. But outreach, it's not just who you reach, it's what you tell them. It's not about just providing an opportunity, it's about giving everyone a voice. The city failed on both counts. The only direct communications, as far as I know, with people in Lakewood was through looking at Lakewood. And only one of those, a mailing in May, included detailed information about proposed zoning changes. I believe the information about low-form zones was false, misleading, and deceptive. Sorry, that might be my first violation. In looking at Lakewood, this is what it said in May. The state law abolishes Lakewood's current zoning regulation that limits to 5 the number of people living in a home. That's absolutely false. Here is the Lakewood rules that limits the number of people in a home. It's in the definition of household. And there are a number of definitions, but the main ones are number 3, which talks about any unrelated group of individuals living together as a single housekeeping unit, up to a maximum of 1 person per 500 gross square feet in a single family dwelling unit, not to exceed 5 individuals per dwelling unit. Number 5, not more than 2 unrelated individuals and their related children. And it also talks about not more than 1 sex offender. The Department of Local Affairs in Colorado is the one that determines whether you're complying with the law. They didn't say you have to repeal it. What they said is the simplest method to comply is to revise it, and revise only those things that are relevant to the law. Don't repeal, revise. If you look, these are the changes. Well, this is a sample revision provided by DOLA, and it says this is all you have to change. A few words. Where it says not more than 5, remove it. Where it says 2, put 2 or more. And so these are the only changes you need to make to the code. And this is important because DOLA does allow restrictions on occupancy. The new code has none. The city can require occupants to live in a single housekeeping unit, and it can limit the number of people based on building and safety codes. So the point is, the state law is not making you do this. This is a policy decision, so be honest with people and say that. Single housekeeping unit is important because it's an enforceable restriction, and your current code defines it as generally characterized by family-like structure and a sharing of responsibilities of the household and functioning as a family unit. There's scary language out there, and I need to calm down because I'm getting a little bit too much. You put out information that said there are going to be these 15,000 square foot homes, and there are going to be so many people moving in, they're going to be basically apartment buildings, and that should scare you. And so we want you to approve this because that won't happen under this. So this is what you said. You said the state law abolishes the current zoning regulations. But then you go and say, under this law, those massive homes could be built, and they could be occupied by dozens of residents. These massive homes with numerous residents living in them would create significant changes in Lakewood's neighborhoods. These are scare tactics. What is could? You should have the data that could is not likely, and likely should be the standard. Also, in looking at Lakewood, it says currently the Lakewood zoning regulations allow homes as large as 10,000 to 18,000 square feet and up to 3 stories. It was said to scare you that this is what could happen under the current zoning, so we need to change it. It then said, it reinforced that by saying houses most commonly found in Lakewood are about 1,200 to 2,000 square feet and a single story. So you don't want these big homes that are allowed under the existing laws. It said to ensure that houses built in the future are compatible with the existing homes in Lakewood neighborhoods, we're going to limit the size of future homes, and we're going to limit the height to just 25 feet, 2.5 stories. So you identified compatibility as 25 feet, in A, 3,250 square feet, in B, 3,000, in C, 2,500. That's what you told the citizens in May. 1 month later, 25 went to 35. And everything else went to 5,000 square feet, a 50 to 100% increase. If compatibility is defined as a 2-story house with 2,500 square feet, a 3-story house, at 5,000 square feet is not compatible. After 2 years, staff defined compatibility one way, and 1 month later, it completely changed. And you did not tell the citizens of Lakewood of this change. That's why they didn't come out in force, because they thought you are protecting us. It was not included in the July 2025 looking at Lakewood as it should have. This is not compatible. This home was built under the current code. Homeowners were told the new code would protect them from this. The new code should protect them from this if your intent is what you said it is, which is to maintain the character of established neighborhoods. So how did we get here? I believe it was a lack of candor on behalf of the city. Yes, there is a greater good, and that's an important part of what you do. You have to look forward. But so is doing the even harder work of finding a balance that respects the needs and wants of all citizens of Lakewood and fairly addresses those in the laws you pass. What you approved is not that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Robb, that's the last one I had.
I believe we have a couple more, Mayor. I have a Jana Mitchell and a George Mungarian.
I'm reading on behalf of my neighbor, Marianne Keir, who had to take her 90-something plus mother home. City Council, I live by the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated. You all have not put yourselves in our position. We, the people who live in Lakewood, should have a right to vote on the rezoning. This rezoning affects us in our neighborhoods, so please send it to a vote. Let us, as residents of Lakewood, vote on this issue. I have driven on 20th and Morse Park neighborhood for over 10 years. I love this neighborhood. I bought my house on Garland Street 5 years ago. I value the big lots, as all of us do in that neighborhood. I love all the huge trees. I value that myself and my neighbors have horses, donkeys, chickens, and ducks. When I bought my house, I never thought about the city rezoning my neighborhood. I knew any neighborhood was, and I knew my new neighborhood was an established neighborhood. I bought my house in Lakewood in Morse Park area because I didn't want to live in a densified area such as Denver, Sloan's, all of what was mentioned before. Many of us feel that way. I didn't want to live in Denver. To improve Lakewood, there needs to be planned, smart development. Planned development for businesses and planned housing, not just densifying. Please consider Colfax. We've all talked about that. Look at the corridors, look at the existing construction that needs rehabilitation. This should be part of your improvement. There are so many old buildings and vacant buildings. Focus on this. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time reading her handwriting. There is as much land there. Please use this land and area for building and growing, not rezoning our neighborhoods to densify, and most important, allow the residents of Lakewood to vote on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have George, then I have Nate Whiteman, then Marissa Cantrell.
Man, you guys are night owls in city council, huh? It's past my bedtime. Well, thank you, council. Appreciate your time and attention to this matter. I'm going to speak out in support of the proposed zoning, and I'll itemize a few exact reasons why, and maybe we can maintain an open mind. So, first of all, I just want to address, the macroeconomic reasons that got us here. It's not Lakewood's fault. It's not our fault. It is what it is. There's interest rates were too low for too long, right? The Fed should have raised rates. That would have capped percentage gains. We saw these unprecedented returns on real estate in COVID. 20% a year is not sustainable. If the Fed would have increased rates sooner, that wouldn't have happened. We can't go back in time and change that. So the only other tool we really have at our disposal in real estate is supply. So I don't care if we're talking about real estate, oranges, or avocados. If you have more supply, prices go down. So the only way to do that is through more dense zoning. And I honestly think the way the city did this zoning code was brilliant because, for instance, the RLA zoning district, it's capped at 5,000 square feet, which by design creates affordable housing. So now a developer can't go in there and say, hey, yeah, we're going to build these 3,000 square foot mansion townhouses. If you can build 4 units at 5,000 square feet, that equals 1,250 square feet each unit. By nature, that's an affordable housing unit. So the way the city wrote this code is, I think, much better than how Denver did and other cities. And it will create more affordable housing through more density and smaller units. Now, I mean, it's unfortunate, my generation, we didn't have the luxury of buying a house for $14 in 1972. So it's tough for us, right? If you got into a house much cheaper and your mortgage is paid off, great. But people in my generation don't have access to that, and the only way to have a chance at affordable housing is through more supply, more density, and lower prices. And I think this bill does a fantastic job of doing all those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, all, and thank you for the earlier.
Excuse, please, we've got a speaker up here.
My name is Nate Whiteman, Ward 5. I appreciate you all, especially tonight. I mean, what a tough night. I'm going to talk a little differently. I support the zoning also. Lakewood was incorporated in 1969. We were initially named Jefferson City. Other options at the time were Apollo, Lunar City, or Agnew. Right? In 1969, when we became a city, Denver had 514,000 people. Colorado Springs, 135,000. Pueblo, 98,000. Lakewood had 93,000 per the census. Our earlier population numbers are a bit unclear because local papers said we had 116,000 at the time. What I'm trying to say is Lakewood has always been a big city. It's not like we've exploded in growth. So Lakewood and Denver together in 1969 were about 60% of the metropolitan population. Today we're 30%. Other cities' population growth, for instance, Golden has grown 100%, Arvada 150, Colorado Springs 250, Aurora 400, Thornton 1,000, Erie 2,600%. Lakewood has grown between 34 and 68% since we incorporated. Okay. What do we have? As far as infrastructure goes, in 1973, our first comprehensive plan suggested that we would have 300,000 people by the year 2000. Okay? So when we were building infrastructure in 1973, we were planning for twice as many people as we currently have to this date. So I think our infrastructure should have been designed adequately. Let's see, what's important? Metro Wastewater, 1974 did their long-range plan through 2003, so they had that information. In 2019, Metro Wastewater presented here to council, and said they currently had the same hydraulic flows, this was in 2019, as they had in 1970. Okay, so the sewage system is holding up really well. Denver water users have increased roughly from 800,000 in 1970 to 1.3 million in 2020. And the water usage has barely increased because of our conservation efforts. So anyway, I so appreciate you. I support the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor. I would like to start out by thanking all of my neighbors for their hard work in collecting signatures on the petition. I think that their petition gathering, both with this and with the Save Our Parks, is just amazing. It's amazing how they can get out there and really drum up civic engagement. And I was kind of shocked to learn last council that those signatures aren't verified. And I'm not calling into question whether or not they worked hard, because I saw them working hard. And I think that those signatures deserve to be verified, because in the future, we don't want anyone to question whether or not our petition gatherers are doing anything wrong. There should never be any question to that. And so finally, what I will leave with is that if you can't follow the rules at a city council meeting, don't be surprised when your integrity is questioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that your last one?
It is. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor.
Just briefly before we move on to your presentation, we, in our excitement to get to public comment on this topic, skipped right past our 11 o'clock check-in. So I wanted to check in with council and make sure, are we all good to continue? Yes. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and continue. With that, Mr. Robb, the floor is yours for your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Just a couple of slides to take you through the decisions, facing you. I think you all understand, the choices between the ordinances and the resolutions, but we decided to draft kind of a quick decision matrix, structured under Home Rule Charter, section 13.2E, and kind of walk you through the two decision points. So under step 1, council will consider 4 separate ordinances repealing the 4 2025 zoning ordinances. And a yes vote is to repeal the respective zoning ordinances. The first one being O 2025-27. If approved, the previous zoning code would remain in effect and no election would be needed. And then the other direction, headed to step 2, a no vote keeps the 2025 zoning ordinances that were adopted by council. And if the vote to repeal the zoning ordinances fails, then the council must immediately consider a resolution calling a special election and following the steps outlined under step 2, including approving the ballot language on the resolution, establishing a date for the election, approving the resolution calling a special citywide election. Again, the city charter requires council to approve one of those 2 actions, either an ordinance to repeal the zoning ordinances or a resolution calling for a special election. And then these agenda items will be addressed by council in those pairs, 8C being the ordinance to repeal and 8D the election resolution, starting with ordinance 2025-27 and so forth. That's really all I have, those 2 slides. So I'm open to any questions, or we can read those 2 items into the record and move forward.
Why don't we go ahead and read them into the record and then address questions?
Great. Thanks, Mayor. Starting with item 8C, second reading and public hearing on O 2026-3, repealing in its entirety ordinance 2025-27 as adopted on August 25th, 2025, regarding Articles 6 through 14 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code and replacing with those versions of Articles 6 through 14 of Title 17 that were in effect on December 31st, 2025. Additionally, item 8, Resolution R 2026-8, calling a special municipal election to be held on March 31st, 2026, to submit a vote of the registered electors to the City of Lakewood a referendum concerning Ordinance 2025-27, an ordinance that amends the city's zoning code by repealing and replacing Articles 6 through 14 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code, including provisions concerning residential buildings and site development standards, institutional, mixed-use, commercial, and light industrial buildings and site design standards, parking and loading standards, sign standards, wireless services and communications, historic preservation, nonconformities, sustainable development, and definitions and interpretations.
Thank you very much. Before we have a motion on the floor, do we have any council questions or discussion? Oh, Councilor Lowe, then Councilor Sinks.
I do have a very quick question for Mr. Robb. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Robb. On just one detail I did want to pin down that got back to our exchange from 2 weeks ago. Can you just confirm if we do go to a special election, will ballots be mailed to all registered voters or just all active registered voters? I just wanted to get clarity on that point.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Councilor Lowe. Again, this is kind of an opportunity to educate council about registered voters and the two categories of registered voters. So registered voters are split into two categories, active registered voters and inactive registered voters. And you fall into inactive status if you have not voted in subsequent November elections over the last 4 years. And then the county recategorizes that voter as inactive. And cities and counties do not mail ballots out to inactive voters. So registered voters is the total number. It's the large number. It's the number we base our signature threshold off of. But there's a smaller percentage of those registered voters that are inactive or have inactive status.
And I would imagine you know quite a bit more about this than I do, but we're quite sure that the county does not, when the county is administering a regular election, they do not mail ballots out to the inactive but registered voters. And I'm only asking this because if we do have a special election, I want to make sure that every voter that should have the ability to vote in the election has the ability to vote in the election.
That's correct, and that's pursuant to state statute, and I'd be happy to look that up for the council if you'd like. Essentially what happens, and I think I explained this to you briefly, but you get a lot of those return to sender ballots that just come back to the county or to whoever's hosting the election. So they've fallen into inactive status. It's they've missed several major elections in a row. We receive enough return to sender ballots as is, so that would just be anyone who's conducting an election. They would just receive that many more ballots back, return to sender, the voter unavailable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Robb. Would love to just confirm that one more time between now and a hypothetical special election. But thanks for indulging my questions.
Certainly.
Councilor Sinks.
Another indulgence here, and just to reiterate, a no vote is to send it to the special election, the vote of the people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Yes, correct. Yes, Councilor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more hands up, may I have a motion, please, on item 8C, ordinance 2026-3.
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2026-3 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please go ahead and cast your votes. And that fails. Noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz, K, Black, Sharazai, Sinks, I, Cruz, Lowe, Furman, and Nystrom. May I please have a motion for item 8D, R 2026-8?
I move for the adoption of resolution 2026-8.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Yes, I would like to propose an amendment to this resolution resulting in a change of date for the special election. We were presented with 3 options, and the last of which is April 7th. The reason why I would propose this is because March 31st falls within school district's spring break. We don't see a lot of representation here of folks who have school-age children, and I think that we want to make sure We've heard it from all of you that you want to make sure everyone has a voice in this, and so I'd love to ensure that we are finding a time to have a special election where we're not having unnecessary barriers like people traveling for spring break.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, go ahead and cast your vote. This is on the amendment of the date. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Oh, I don't think so. We don't need to do 2 amendments. It's in 2 spots on the ordinance. You guys can capture the date on both, correct? Okay. Yep, no, we're good. Any others on item 8D? All right, with that, oh, we've already got the motion on the floor. Sorry. Yeah. All right, please, item 8D, go ahead and cast your votes. Oh, we need to, I'm sorry. We're going to clear and start over. With that, please now go ahead and cast your votes. This is for calling a special election. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. That brings us to item 8E and 8F.
Item 8E, second reading and public hearing on ordinance O 2026-4, repealing in its entirety ordinance 2025-28 as adopted on September 8, 2025, regarding Articles 1, 2, 4, and 5 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code and replacing with those versions of Articles 1, 2, 4, and 5 of Title 17 in effect on December 31st, 2025. Item 8F, Resolution 2026-9, calling a special municipal election to be held on March 31st, 2026, to submit to a vote of the registered electors of the City of Lakewood a referendum concerning Ordinance 2025-28, an ordinance that amends the city's zoning code by repealing and replacing Articles 1, 2, 4, and 5 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code, including provisions concerning the purpose and administration of the zoning code, procedures and appeals, use and supplemental standards, and dimensional and development standards.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I will go ahead and open up the public hearing for both items 8E and 8F. I do not have anyone signed up to speak on these topics. Again, this is the exact same thing. However, it is the next ordinance within the 4 of the zoning code. Do we have anyone that would like to speak on any of these items?
I have one thing. Again, Nate Whiteman, Ward 5. We had a presentation earlier, and I just want to point out that some of the information that's being presented is incorrect, and even at this time. And it was mentioned that you had a 25-foot height limit, and then mysteriously you raised it to 35. That is not true. It's always been 35 feet. There was a suggestion that it could be lowered to 25 feet, which is where that number came from. It's always been at 35 feet, and this is what we're dealing with, is so much misinformation in town. Anyway, so I just want to point that out.
Okay. You guys, we're not going to get into a back and forth on this, please. I'm happy, Mr. Goldman, to invite you up, but back to the Nystrom Code of Ethics, we'll call it. Let's, it's midnight, and yeah, I appreciate that, and I've already told you I would grant that, but I want to make sure that we keep this meeting going.
I'm full in on the code.
Thank you.
The information I presented was directly out of looking at Lakewood. It was not misinformation that I created. It was information in your document. It said 25 feet. Those were direct quotes. So calling it misinformation is misinformation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, may I please have a motion on item 8E?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2026-4 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any council discussion? Councilor Sinks.
I might say the timeline, looking at Lakewood, that's been referred to May 2025, and then throughout the summer, June, July, I don't know, I think August, council met in study sessions, and that's when a few things were offered, and so numbers were changed at those study sessions. And so it's not that city staff misrepresented, it's what they knew at the time. And then again, we continued to work through things and thought maybe it would be a little more liberal to make the size of houses a little bit larger. And so then things were changed all along. We could change it, and so it's not any malfeasance that people were misrepresenting numbers and lying, etc. So thank you.
All right, I have no more hands up, so I've lost track. Mr. Robb, you already read these into the record, I believe.
I did.
And we have a motion on the floor for 8E, so that would be the second, repealing. So please go ahead and cast your vote on item 8E, repealing the zoning ordinance. That fails. 11 noes. Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz, K, Blackshire, Zai, Sinks, I, Cruz, Lowe, Furman, and Nystrom. May I please have a motion for 8F?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of resolution 2026-9.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and the second. Mayor Pro Tem Shahrizai, the floor is yours.
I would like to apply the same amendment, moving the special election to April 7th.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Anyone wish to speak? No. All right, please go ahead and cast your vote. This is on the amendment. All right, that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Any other amendments? Seeing none, the next vote will be on the ordinance as amended. Please cast your vote. And that passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Will the clerk please read item 8G and H into the record?
Second reading on item and public hearing on item 8G, ordinance 2026-5, repealing in its entirety ordinance 2025-29 as adopted on September 22nd, 2025, regarding Article 3 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code and replacing that with that version of Article 3 of Title 17 that was in effect on December 31st, 2025. Item 8H, Resolution 2026-10, calling a special municipal election to be held on March 31st, 2026, to submit to a vote of registered electors of the City of Lakewood a referendum concerning Ordinance 2025-29, an ordinance that amends the city's zoning code by repealing and replacing Article 3 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code, including provisions concerning the establishment of zone districts.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. I, again, have no one signed up to speak on these two. Do we have anyone that wishes to speak on these two? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion, please, on 8G?
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2026-5 on second and final reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. And that fails. 11 noes. Noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz, K, Blackshire, Zai, Sinks, I, Cruz, Lowe, Furman, and Nystrom. May I please have a motion on 8H?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2026-10.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
I'd like to amend the special election date from March 31st and move it to April 7th.
Any sorry.
Second.
Second, thank you. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. This is for the amendment to change the date. And that passes 11 yeses. Any other council discussion or amendments? Seeing none, please go ahead and cast your vote on the ordinance as amended. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. One more round. Will the clerk please read 8I and 8J into the record?
Item 8I, second reading and public hearing on ordinance 2026-6, repealing in its entirety ordinance 2025-30, as adopted on October 13, 2025, regarding adoption of a new zoning map and replacing with that zoning map that was in effect on December 31st, 2025. Item 8J, R 2026-11, calling a special municipal election to be held on March 31st, 2026, to submit to a vote of registered electors of the City of Lakewood a referendum concerning ordinance 2025-30, an ordinance amending the Lakewood zoning code by repealing the existing zoning map, replacing it with the new zoning map, and rezoning properties thereby.
Okay, thank you. May I please have a motion for 8I?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2026-6 on second and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? All right, please go ahead and cast your votes. That fails. 11 noes. Noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz, K, Blackshire, Zai, Sinks, I, Cruz, Lowe, Furman, and Nystrom. May I please have a motion for 8J?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2026-11.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second, and I'm guessing we have an amendment. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I would like to propose an amendment to move the special election from March 31st to April 7th.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Motion on the floor and a second for amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Councilor Lowe, your hand's up.
Mayor, I have one thing I'd like to say. I'm going to make it very, very brief given the lateness of the hour. There is a great deal I probably would like to say on the subject. I'm not going to. Given the lateness of the hour, as much as I'm sure everyone in this room would like to hear me talk about the zoning code for 5 or 10 minutes, not going to do that. Here's the only thing I'd like to say. Despite what I've heard from some members of the community about resistance or not caring about the will of the people, I care very, very deeply about the will of the people. And you know, if there's one thing I think we all agree on, actually, it turns out in this room, it's that we should have a special election. And we're now going to have a special election. Our charter is important. I never suggested that we shouldn't have a referendum process. I believe in the referendum process. And I think it's good that the people will get to vote on this. My one concern about this election is it's going to happen in April, not November. And a special election historically has low turnout. This is a consequential issue for the city of Lakewood. I think we all agree on that. And I hope that everyone will get out and vote. I really do. I hope that turnout is high because this is an important issue. and everyone deserves to have an opportunity to weigh in on this. And I really do hope that this is that as many people in the city of Lakewood vote on this as possible, and that it's not a low turnout election, because I think it's a matter of great consequence. I just wanted to say that.
Everyone, you need to resign too.
Out of order, please. With that, it is 12:15. We have another check-in. Oh, we didn't vote? Oh.
I said we did, sorry.
Ill-advised. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I apologize. Please go ahead and cast your vote. This is the second one, 8J, calling for a special municipal election. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Mayor Pro Tem, your hand's up.
Yes, given the lateness of the hour, I would like to have my colleagues entertain a motion to adjourn.
I second that. Can I do that?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on adjourning? All right, seeing no hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote. Passes 10 yeses, 1 no, the no being Councilor Ryan. With that, the meeting is adjourned at 12:18 p.m.